Initializing. God, oh! I thought of everything. I thought of everything. Except the the most basic thing. It was all sorted. I had done my prep at 10:30. I'm just gotta, there you go. Professional VTuber. Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Hello, hello. Good to see some of that in chat. Good morning, Study Buddy, from the top down. Good morning to Orion Zong. Good morning to Archivist and Safi. Good morning to Oldman. Good morning to Eustace. Good morning to Beryl. How are you? It's been a second. Good morning to Denny. How are you? How are we all today? I hope we're doing very, very well. Oh, I spent the morning trying to make a 1-quart transparent bag, fill everything I needed it to, and goodness gracious did I find a way. I'm very proud of myself. Thank you for the subscription, Oldman. Thank you, thank you. 5 months now. Wow. You and me, 5 months. It's almost our 6-month anniversary. Current mood video, good luck, AE. Good luck, good luck. It's almost our 5-month anniversary. Thank you for supporting me for so long. I need to remind myself that I'm wonderful sometimes. You all do a great job, but I'm like, hee. You are wonderful, but like, I don't know. Like, I'm like, why would you do this? But also, thank you. My current audiovisual novel, I got an update recently after a 6-month break, so I can't complain. That sounds great. Sally, you're amazing. Thank you very much, Deadfire. Thank you for the cheer. Oh yeah, or rather, cheering AE on. Good luck, AE, on your video. Doing great. I got a new phone case and making art. I hope you enjoy your phone case. What does it look like? Just working so far. Hopefully, I can give a small, what's the word for it? A small reprieve from office life, though I do, to a certain degree, miss it. For those of you who are not familiar, my name is Hilarious, your study buddy from the universe, streaming live on Twitch to fulfill a college credit. That college credit being Cult Following Formation, wherein all of you are a demonstration of my riz on Earth. Hopefully my school will hear that out and nod along and agree that I am meaningfully charismatic enough to continue my study. Almost a year! Goodness gracious, 11 months! Deadfire! It feels like a... Study buddy, do you ever get that feeling where... how do I say this? Do you ever get that feeling where, like, when somebody is around, it feels like they've been around forever? I guess it's maybe my pure memory. No, I'm feeling the exact same way, Deadfire. Like, there are different eras in my life, right? There are different, like, moments where, we are just sort of hanging around, and the faces who are most prominent are the faces that, like, are most or least talkative shift from time to time. I remember a Sasquatch for one of them and a Vivian James for another. And like, they feel like they're gonna be around forever. And then I meet new people who are gonna be like, who feel like they're gonna be around forever as well. And it's just really lovely to like see all of you here now. And I don't know, it's just like, there is this palpable feeling of like, not that things aren't going to change, but like, how do I put this to words? Like, maybe it's my poor memory. Maybe it's that, like, I can't meaningfully, like, distinguish the past 2 weeks from, like, the rest of my life. But it feels like I've known all of you for the majority of my life. 7 months for Eustace. What did I do 7 months ago? How did I garner your attention 7 months ago? Or were you, like, hanging around for a while and then followed afterwards? Poor memory gang. Those names are throwbacks. They really are, Beryl. Right? Like, I'm really lucky to have like a couple of like really long-term followers still around as well. Like Fluff is occasionally, and Denny, and all the like Orion is Orion. I know, like, we realize that like we're not even a year in together, are we? We're not even a year together in, but it feels like It feels like it feels like you've been like I mistakenly like a point ago said that like weren't you part of my Genshin era, and you weren't. Hi Fluffith, how are you? There you are. My memory for these things have gone so much worse now that I'm busier. Maybe my memory's not bad, AE. Maybe I'm just busy. Ever thought about that? Oh, it is 1 year. Good. But you weren't Genshin era, and I was like, no. What I meant to say is that like, I thought you were like the first long-term stream. The first long-term game I streamed for a great period of time was Genshin Impact, and I could have sworn, whether it be because Orion, I think I met Orion through a Marky raid before, or something the line, but I could have sworn they were in the Genshin era. I watched you on YouTube since that video on Minus, and then I checked out Twitch. Thank you very much, because let's be honest, I have a lot of work to do on my YouTube. I have like 4 videos I'm gonna be editing over the course of what, 6 hours of flight and like 3 hours of layover, like maybe 3-4 hours of layover. In all that time, I'm probably gonna have some some captive work moment, right? And that'll be helpful. Ah, yes, the Genshin era. The Genshin era, Denny. That was a moment, wasn't it? Fewer people remember the Hades era and old Celerity Dust. Wow, Celerity doesn't remember the exact follow time of their most loyal viewers. And you're right, stone me. Crucify me. I miss the Genshin era. Genshin era was a simpler time. I vaguely remember the Minecraft hardcore for a handful of guns. I mean, I think that was like a great. It was just so frustrating, but I think that was like it really put me out of my comfort zone. The Minecraft hardcore. Oh my gosh, we're all reminiscing together. Wow. I was actually a little bit pitter-pattery in my heart this morning. I think I drank too much coffee too fast, or maybe I was just a little bit anxious about all of the packing that I was doing. But like all of you like bringing up your like moments and how long you've been around, my face is going beet red. 3 years, 1 month, 1 day, 23 hours. Well, AE, no need to squash everyone. Thank you for the hydrate, Sky. But all my love. You were there since, I think the first game you saw me play was FTL, Faster Than Light. Where you're like, I like the yap, I have no idea what's going on at all, because it is somewhat an esoteric game. I remember that one time Cell did something. And my first of you was I invaded one of your, I think it was one of your Minecraft streams, very early on. Hello, Chainsaws. Oh my gosh, I feel so egoistic. Study Buddy, is your study buddy from another world allowed to have a bit of pride? Am I allowed to be a little bit full of myself? Am I allowed to go like, we're talking about me today? How are you, Chainsaws? Sell out indeed. Anyway, oh no. I do think that my Royal Match era was great. I do think the 1 month I was sponsored by Royal Match as part of the Stream Elements affiliate thing. It was one of the most fun months of my life because I was able to constantly rep this game that genuinely held me down during depression, and no one believed me. No one believed me. Oh, is this the month for that? Or Pride? Yes, it is the month for Pride. Thank you very much, Orion. I charmed you with a vague conversation about the Fermi. You did! Oh my gosh! No, we were talking about power scaling, essentially. Let me remind myself, because it's been a long time. I think I was talking about the way that we determine intergalactic. Oh, here it is. The high likelihood of extraterrestrial life versus the lack of conclusive evidence. Yes. AE and I at the time were talking about how the probability for extraterrestrial life is, well, confirmed because I'm technically extraplanar, so at the very least you must have aliens around side, right? But despite the fact that there's a so high chance of there being other civilizations, why haven't we met them yet? And there are two hypotheses as to why. The first one being that we are the most advanced society in in the world or in the galaxy, which is unlikely, but it's still a possibility. We could be the first people to have like accomplished all these feats and sent messages out, because otherwise we'd be bumping into all kinds of messages the way that in Civilization 5 we'd be falling into all these different ruins, right? These ruins. Or there is a threshold that hits the majority of civilizations out there, which basically is graduating to the big leagues that we haven't hit yet. I did witness one of the last ensemble streams you did. You know, Quintus was there! Quintus was there during that stream, AE. The paradox has been solved, I think, fairly recently. Big planets are habitable, often have strong gravity that couldn't support space travel. Well, I think that, doesn't that fall under the hypothesis too, where there is a threshold, or there is this, like, essentially roof, or this, what's the word for it? Bottleneck, right, of civilizations that can meaningfully get a message out, or meaningfully extend past its, bounds. Therefore, we don't see messages because all of them are, like, struggling to cross this bottleneck or die trying, right? So if gravity is too strong for most planets, and we're the only ones who've gotten to this extent and this length, right? This isn't that like fall through. It's not solved until we find evidence of living or dead civilization. That's fair, right? I think it's a meaningful hypothesis, chainsaws. But like, to have solved a theory is like, I don't know. How do we tell the difference between theories and facts, AE? I'm asking the science kid. How do we tell the difference between theories and facts? That would be frightening, that we are precursors to all life. Well, probably not precursors, but probably the most advanced, right? It's like when everyone's still knocking rocks together, and we are the ones who've invented, like, nukes. Like, it's the difference... Talking about my civ experience on Monday. It's the difference between me, having a score of 1,000, and everyone else still being knuckle draggers who are only at 200, 300. Theories are just educated guesses until we can prove that they're facts. Basically barrel, right. But also, they're so credited, right? They're educated guesses, but the important part is the educated, right? Like, the theory of evolution, right? We won't be able to know until we can meaningfully absorb evolution as it occurred to us, right? We won't know for a fact, but it is pretty much fact by virtue of how much evidence there is to it, right? Hypotheses and theories/facts might be a better distinction. Hypotheses are not yet verified. Theories and facts are the ones that have been verified. I mean, sometimes you just can't. Like, a lot of the time there isn't a way to fully prove a negative. That's a horrible. You said the worst thing, AE. You made me feel so bad. Like, how can we? That's completely right. We can never ever, like, essentially prove a negative. That is the fallacy. Proving a negative that causes so much, like, misinformation to just float everywhere. If you can't observe something directly, it can't become a fact. Therefore, they essentially are facts, we just haven't observed them. Theory is a way that facts we know fit together. I saw a TED Talk once, says Chainsaws, that talked about how if we are the only ones, we are responsible on a cosmic level. Responsible? Responsible? I don't know about that. We're getting some manifest destiny here. I've heard this responsibility in the 1800s, in the 1800s, right? I do appreciate that distinction, AE. If you cannot observe something directly, it can't become a fact. Therefore, theories are basically nearly verified, but we just haven't perceived it. It does sound like manifest destiny at first glance. I would argue that it is, right? Like, it's not incumbent on us. I don't think there is an inherent moral good or bad to spreading as a society, right? Especially if these places are uninhabited. Yeah, if there is no observable life, it's free real estate. But then how do we draw the line, right? Right, the largest biomass on Earth is, I believe, a collection of trees in California, where I'll be going this weekend. Largest land Largest biomass on Earth. Plants, yes, but which one? California. The Sequoia Groves. The Sequoia Groves in California is the largest biomass on Earth. Some of these trees are big enough to carve inside and make tree houses. I've been there before. Beautiful place. Long redwood pathways on sort of slight stilts in case there's flooding, and you can just walk across like essentially what feels like megafauna, or like not megafauna. I guess it's an animal. Mega plant life. It might be the fungus thingy. At least as far as Bing is telling me, which take that with a grain of salt. Take that with a grain of salt. Bing tells me that it's the Sequoia Groves. They don't make trees like they used to. They really don't. Actually, Dust, did you hear about the fact that we are in a tree shortage, a soft and hardwood shortage, essentially. It's really hard to get good lumber and good like wood because all the trees we're getting are so young. Like, it's not only that they make furniture cheaper and weaker like now than they did before, but people have tried to use tried and true methods to make old furniture nowadays, and the wood is just different. Wood is just different now. Yeah, Megaflora, thank you very much, Denny. Wood is just different now. The wood that was used to make like the great ships, the great caravels and British like the British flagships that soared across the world, the like Marie Antoinette's like boudoir and all of those different wooden things, those are made of trees that are hundreds and hundreds of years old. We are lucky nowadays to have trees for our current furniture older than 20, 30 years old, 40 years old maybe, right? We are in a shortage of good wood. If you can supply or otherwise provide good wood to me in the college, please go to celerityneedsbigwood@gmail.com and just send an inquiry there. Thank you very much. Current wood rots way faster. It does, because it's weaker, because it's softer, because it's younger. It's not seasoned. Right, Deadfire? Like, that's the issue. That is the big issue. The big issue is that, like, the older the wood, the firmer it is, how many more things are like compressed and densified. If we just tore apart the Sequoia Groves, that would be the best like harvest we'd have had in a very, very long time. As someone who wanted to get into bow making, yeah, boats are even worse because old growths are by general more resistant to corrosion and rot. Exactly, Ryalu. Sorry, we went from theories to landmass to trees and all that such. We aren't really willing to wait long enough at this point, I guess. Well, the barrel, it's more that, like, the demand is so high. The demand is so high, and the cost is so... And the cost has to, like, sort of meet the demand, right? We need wood to build houses, but really, we haven't built a house as good as we have in the past. Even, like, weak farmhouses and shed houses, and why reclaimed wood is so valuable. Because nowadays, wood is just bad. We haven't given it the time. And they used to also grow in more fertile, less eroded, less compacted soil. Very true. Brick? I do like a brick. Progress marches on for what's convenient, not what is good. Like, really, it takes so much to make like a good artisan thing, right? Like, if you wanted to make a really, really good stool, like a really, really excellent hardwood stool, it might have to be a multi-generational thing. You might have to, today, plant a strong, dark hardwood and have your family tend to this hardwood for the course of 2 or 3 generations, maybe 4 or 5 generations. And by the time it's matured, you have to bet on the fact that one of your great descendants will be a master carpenter who will then form something beautiful out of that piece of wood. And the carpenter's name, Jesus Christ. That's right. We are actually like back in time now. Just use bone meal, problem solved. I'm gonna squeeze you, Fluffeth. The J-Man. It's the J-Man. We've gone full circle. We've gone full circle, study buddy. I saw something similar like the Great and Wrath comes to mind. Let me catch up with chat really quickly, because there's a lot of fun stuff that like we've left behind, that like we just started talking about wood, but like I really AE said something about like, I hate that the idea of progress is an inherent good. Flying Chainsaw is positing that this TED Talk person posited that it is our moral duty to sort of spread across the stars. And Oldman saying, well, if it isn't inhabited, it's free real estate, right? Like, what is the harm in terraforming moons that are barren of life and any what's the word for it? I do think life in and of itself has intrinsic value, but that's a me thing, right? Not everyone believes that. I think that like there's no harm in replacing an ecosystem with nothing in it. Really, it's just a system lacking eco, and like making it suitable and livable, right? Asteroids or moons or comets or stuff like that. If we took those and meaningfully adjusted them for the sake of human life, that could be wonderful. It could be really fun. It would honestly be it would be a meaningful boon, I would say. But then how do we quantify life, right? We run, and I eat meat. I'm only saying this like in this way to be provocative, but like I eat meat. We run one of the most like one of the biggest suffering mills in society like that has ever been seen. And the only difference between global outrage and normalization is that it happens to animals, right? Like when if you are a, what's the word? Utilitarian? No. What's the word for like you want to maximize as much good in society as possible, or at least reduce as much suffering and increase as much pleasure? It's not hedonism. It's something else. I remember it from like my primer on applied ethics, but I'm forgetting it right now. Somebody help me out. Anyway, if we're talking about like the net happiness and net harm being felt by sentient creatures in our world, it is utilitarian. Thank you very much, Eustace. We have to figure out who counts for that. Right? It's a utilitarian. To minimize suffering and to maximize enjoyment and pleasure is a utilitarian view of ethics. If we are to believe that, then who are we counting as being able to suffer or being able to enjoy pleasure, right? Because if we count all of the farmed animals, the greatest good for the greatest number. Thank you for the shorthand, Eustace. If we count the animals, which... this makes me not a eugenicist. This makes me a bigot, I suppose. But if we count all the animals, we are in one of the most like terrible times. Like we are in one of the most suffering, saturated times by virtue of all these tiny lives that are just terrible, right? You know they mulch baby chicks that are not female, right? Baby chicks that cannot produce eggs are mulched. Like. And these aren't even things I'm advocating for. I'm not saying like reduce factory farming and stuff like that. Maybe I should. I'm not advocating that, but I'm saying if we're looking at it from a moral perspective, like, we as humans will completely overlook the suffering of even other humans, but let alone other intelligent life for the purpose of keeping up a profit or a great good. I was gonna say a greater good, but Fluffit said profit, so it will be more earnest for profit. If we find life on another planet, will we be able to recognize it? What if these are creatures that live entirely gaseous forms, that are like a nucleus that is able to sort of live through electrons and all that such, you know? Like the cloud creatures from Rick and Morty, right? Or what if the sequids from Invincible, right? What if they're just like brains with little tentacles that like sort of walk around and do stuff together as swarms, but also a hive mind, right? Would we even be able to recognize intelligent life that we wouldn't be trampling on or otherwise colonizing if we went to the space, right? Even nowadays, right? Because certain aspects of human society cannot meaningfully communicate in a way that is readable to the rest of society, we greatly stigmatize people with autism, right? There are some people in the world who meaningfully look at people with autism as less than human, or at least not intelligent enough to have a fulfilling human experience by virtue of their lack of ability to communicate their experience. If we go to space and we find a whole bunch of what looks like backwards people and don't meaningfully interface with them, it'll just be Magellan times 2. It would just be the same. There's a reason we call it colonizing the stars. I would like to believe that like there's barren enough spaces that are uncontested that we can expand to. I think there is such a thing as free real estate. But I also think that, like, when we talk about it is our duty to colonize the stars and all that such, we have to be mindful about what we step on. I have no issues with consumption of meat or things of that nature, but environmental destruction is an action I take massive issue with. I can forgive animal suffering, but I draw the line at plants. Joke. That's a community reference, AE. I'm just flanderizing your point. Not at all. Yeah, if they cannot talk or communicate, what would happen? I don't believe humanity is mature enough socially to tackle these subjects in practice. Us right now, folk would glass it as one side couldn't happen. I would agree. Give it a couple centuries, says Barrel, until we figure it out, I guess. So, those other examples have been figured out eventually to some degree. I mean, we're still figuring out autism, right? Like, the primary means of helping, or the primary mainstream means of helping children with autism is applied behavior analytics, which has an incredibly dangerous and poor history with regards to abuse and essentially forming young autistic children into the mold so that they can communicate in an holistic world. Now, there are autism advocates who are going into ABA so that we can minimize harm and increase the skills that will actually help autistic kids. But it's still fraught right now. It's still not developing necessarily. It's still a fraught battleground on like what is meaningfully like right and wrong and how we can make this into a thing that helps autistic kids instead of harms them. Right? Even to this day, autism isn't solved. It is a work in progress. Not to mention, like, I don't want to talk too deeply on like the means of politics right now, because I think Earth 1 is pretty grim. But like, there are so many human rights issues going on, right? And we haven't solved them. If we don't have the maturity to take care of and benefit the least of us, the people who are the people who are trying their best and unfortunately have very little agency to protect themselves, how are we to trust ourselves when we are coming against a complete alien society? Right? Like, I guess that's my fear, right? And I play the tyrant. I play the evil expansionist whenever I play Civilization 5 or other 4X games, because it's fiction, because it's fun, because number go up look funny. But, you know, it is getting better. I don't mean to say, Beryl, right? I don't mean to say that we haven't made progress. I think you're absolutely correct. I think to avoid doom spiraling, we need to recognize that in spite of the conflicts that are currently happening on our Earth, we are in a net positive for violence, right? Reading *Sapiens* by Yuval Noah Harari, if we look at all the minor combats, like, or the percentage of humanity in combat from all these different smaller tribes fighting in like early humanity versus now, like at least like by ratio, we are living in an unprecedented time of peace. Not to mention privilege, a very, very privileged space where a lot of us are able to communicate over thousands of miles, eat good food, sleep well for the most part. I hate how much treatment for disability in general is just, let's make your existence digestible for able-bodied and neurotypical people without regard of your quality of life. It is terrible. And, like, the thing is though, like, I'm also not a mind reader, so I think like speech pathology can be very, very helpful, at the very least, so we can have a conversation about what you need, right? Giving speech and like the ability to communicate to people who cannot is, I think, one of the most important parts of it, so they can self-advocate, right? But you're absolutely right. Like the way that we treat people who are very slightly different from us, whether that be mental capacity or skin color or gender or anything, we're Pride, and Pride's been very quiet this year. It's crazy to think like we would be any better with aliens unless they were all super hot. Study buddy, there's only one way that we will be able to meaningfully interface and like connect with aliens, and I think it's gonna be if they are super hot. Worse yet, we might try to conquer them anyway, which is terrible. I suppose on the galactic scale, this is Beryl, how much would we ruin things before we figure out how much ruin would be irreversible? It's a hard question to ask, because what you're talking about, Beryl, is something like we're talking about fantasy, but we're also talking about reparations, right? To this day, a lot of wronged parties in human history are asking for reparations that we are not willing to give, right? Because life and things have changed so hard and so fast that, like, how do we meaningfully give them equivalent reparations for that? How do we meaningfully reverse the ruin that we've done? That we've made an entire population in America essentially ancestorless, right? And like it's cruel, Beryl. It's cruel. So like if we're talking about like space, is humanity mature enough for the stars yet? Thank you for the subscription. It's our half-year anniversary, Dayton. Wow. What are we talking about? We were talking about space colonization and how I don't think humanity is mature enough for it. Right? At least not yet. I honestly, personally, really don't think so. I have to believe so, Beryl. Right? I have to believe so. I feel like that's the hope core. Right? Like, it's so, like, I hate to think that there's nothing we can do. Like, I think good enough is going to have to do sometimes. Hello, 3636, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hi. Hi, how's your day going? It's going pretty well, Dragon. My heart's calmed down. I was very anxious this morning, and it's calmed down. AE dropped the Fernie paradox, and we went to what should we do in space. I think it's really interesting. Well, Hopecore and me could say that right now we're not, but eventually we could be. I would agree. I think that's the best thing to do, right? There's a video by Mako Ray that I really want to suggest. It content warning though for SA. Again, points at the Everglades. Irreversible, what do you think, AE? What parameters are you using to define maturity in this context? Our ability to detect suffering, essentially, Dayton. Right? Essentially, like right now, in our current modern day, like how would we debate or like speak to or enact or interact with intelligent life, right? Like creatures which have like meaningfully similar or even more deep experiences than we do. We have very, very few ways of quantifying that, and pointing at people with neurological disability or learning disability and animals in farms, like not comparing them together, but comparing those two things of not being able to communicate in a able-bodied neurotypical way, and the way we treat them, how terrible that is. How would we go to another planet that has not developed the means to communicate with us meaningfully? Why would we not just like redo all the colonizing like issues that we've done in the past? How do we mitigate harm that we would do as a starfaring society when there might be creatures out there with like meaningfully deep lives and experiences, but we can't really meaningfully interact with it? What are you defining as the capacity to detect suffering? Because I don't think we're unable to do that, but rather we made it socially unacceptable to have such issues publicly known. I mean factory farming. Right, Dayton? Ender's Game moment. Ender's Game moment indeed, right? Like, in Ender's Game, I only watched the movie, so pardon me. In Ender's Game, humanity, I think accidentally, like, spoilers for the first movie and first book of Ender's Game, humanity essentially accidentally bumps into bugs, space bugs, right? And the bugs, in retaliation, because they just don't know what's going on, they just basically hit a wasp's nest, made their first invasion on Earth. Rip Mathara Khan. And then humanity essentially like sees this as an act of war, and despite a bug queen talking to this young boy, trying to slowly sort of try to communicate that they mean no harm and they're just trying to exist, humanity hunts down all the bugs and exterminates them. There's a telepathic like connection that the bug queen is able to do to the main character to try to communicate that, hey, humanity is persecuting us, we did not know what was going on, we just want to be left alone. And humanity spent billions and billions of human lives taking out, committing a genocide against a bug species without even force trying to establish communications. I think humans can detect suffering easily, but our ability to compartmentalize it or put it away, right? I love meat. And I benefit directly and personally from like factory farming, but it's also a terrible thing, isn't it? If we're talking about a utilitarian view of ethics, if we're talking about sort of drawing together all the happiness and all the sadness in the world and trying to maximize good in the way of minimizing suffering, we're in a saturated time of suffering right now. Not only just people, but also animals. Who can take the suffering from you? Did they only communicate with the child? They didn't know any better! They're bugs! They're bugs! I think corporations could be excluded from that. Well, Jim is not gonna make a spaceship in their backyard. Corporations are gonna be what sends stuff to space, unless we have a national space program. It's their own fault. But here's the thing, right? If that's the best they can do, what about completely non-verbal species, right? How many non-verbal species will we just, like, crush? Before, like, it's not the fault of the person who can't communicate that they can't communicate. If they weren't given a meaningful means to get there, right? Like, I like games and settings where it's uncomplicated, right? I like Helldivers for its parody of Starship Troopers, and I like how uncomplicated just fighting robots and fighting bugs are, even like as the game adds nuance as well. But the Everglades are 100% irreversibly damaged. Dozens of native species are now extinct, with 36 of 70 currently known to be endangered depending on the metrics you use. Restoring Florida's watershed would require tearing down a majority of construction south of Lake Okeechobee, especially any agricultural land. Water runoff from agricultural land has already been massively shifted to nutrient profile of the native soil, and they're actively peeling back protections. So, like, are we mature enough as a species yet to go to space? I don't think so. I don't think that's gonna stop us. Don't pump used water from farms directly into— that's terrible! That's cartoon levels of evil. In the 90s, in the 80s, 90s, we would make jokes about, like, pouring runoff from that cooled, like, radioactive stuff. That was a Simpsons joke. We would pour used water back into the water system from nuclear power plants, or how about heating up the oceans and stuff like that. Oh, it's good. At risk of feeling like we're getting like too sad, like, I don't know. I think I just it's not gonna stop humans, but I don't think humans are mature enough not to repeat their mistakes in domestic colonization, in intraplanetary colonization, to not do that in the space. We really be balling for us, indeed, Beryl. We do be pumping. I read A's post. I was like, we do be pumping. Anyway, let me scroll up with chat again. Let me just catch up really quickly if I missed anything out. The greatest good for the greatest number, indeed, Eustace. Also, utilitarianism isn't inherently good, right? Like, there are some utilitarian societies or utilitarian models of utopia. Like the biggest conflict with utilitarianism is that it's a numbers game. So we just have to unperson someone or something, or unperson enough someone's or somethings to justify the rest of the world's happiness, right? Like the idea of a city. I forget if this is a short story written by somebody or if this is just a posited thing. The city that there's zero homelessness, everyone has a fulfilling job, a fulfilling life, everyone eats well, everyone drinks well, everyone sleeps well, everyone has a roof over their head. But once every 12 years, an infant is, what's the word for it? Is blended. An infant is blended to power everything. The raw suffering of that infant being blended is able to feed the happiness of the majority, if not everyone in the city. Is that moral? I look like NBA Young? I don't know what that means, Manius. Yes? Unrelated question. When are you playing Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri? I want to play the new one. I want to play the new one. I know the new one isn't as good because the old one has some really good lore, but I want to play the new one. I mean, Dayton says yes. I know, like, blending an infant isn't necessarily like... Oh, Young NBA is the American rapper? I'm not familiar. Do I look just like them? Do we both have blue hair and pronouns? I don't think I look like them at all. I know Beyond Earth's kind of lame, but it's like Civ 5. It'd be illogical to make the collective suffer when all you need is a late abortion. But what if it's not picked, right? What if it's a random lottery? If you were a parent with a young child, with an infant who was just born, and your baby was picked for it, like, how willing would you be able to like part with the baby? And even if let's take like feelings out of this, how many if we see that and we connect it to The Last of Us, right, where the same thing happens, there is a chance at curing the zombie virus, or at least immunizing individuals from the zombie virus and the plague and the clickers by tapping Ellie's spine and possibly doing procedures that will kill her. Right? We like Ellie a lot. But most people choose the interpersonal relationship over the boon to society. And I know canonically it wasn't going to work. I know, Angel, that in The Last of Us, it wasn't going to work. Right? But the possibility for that's the utilitarian answer is to give Ellie up. The utilitarian answer is to give Ellie up. The most good for the most people. There's a certain point where Beryl says, where the greater good thing doesn't make it worth it. In this specific value, I suppose it's a reluctant yes. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Some of you might say yes. Absolutely fair. But that is, I think the greatest criticism of it that comes to mind so far, right? Like, who are we willing to take agency from for the purpose of the most people having the most good, right? Because, who you determine is able to suffer radically changes what is a utilitarian thing. Like, utilitarianism, which includes the suffering of all sapient life, or not sapient, sentient life, such as animals, is a different utilitarianism than a utilitarianism that specifically targets humans, or humans of a specific kind. There is the example of the utility monster, something or someone who can be helped so much that everything is spent towards them and the rest suffers. I feel like that's fair, right? I think the utility monster, feed this monster one person so that everyone else doesn't die, right? What was it, the Sphinx or the Minotaur? The entirety of Thebes is protected, is safe, is free from aggression by Minos, as long as they give 6 young women and 6 young men by lottery if I recall correctly, or by random, to the Minotaur, right? That is also a utilitarian function, right? The most good, the most people get the most good out of it, just because 12 people suffer. When will most children be born? I guess like it falls apart because I'm not recalling the proper conceit of the I'm not following the proper conceit of this like thought experiment. Like right after the sacrifice, like right in the middle of it. Also, the last of life changes because by making us know Ellie. I'm sure if it worked with someone living in Europe, we wouldn't bat an eye because we'd. What if I live in Europe, Beryl? What if it was me? What if it was me? But no, that's exactly it, right? Like, if it is like, I suppose you could make it like, oh, we can give an expectant mother who does not want the child, like, hey, we'll give you a bond if you just give us your infant afterwards, just follow it through pregnancy to term. But like, is it that different with Ellie just because we like Ellie more? It's still the same maths. Otherwise, I'll fight you for my baby. Would you still love me if I was French? I would love you if you were French, Ryalu. How do you define morality? We're talking about a utilitarian, like literally, like ethically, the utilitarian model of morality. Right, Angel? The problem is they don't give Ellie a choice when they very easily could. What if she says no? Right? If Ellie says no, are you willing to let the entirety of the civilization suffer for the word of one person? Right? It goes back to a reluctant yes, since at least one person would always suffer by the decision. Exactly. Like that's the criticism of a utilitarian perspective, right? You can make a lot of people happy, but how does that make us justify like the suffering of at least one person? I mean, if we never met you, Cell, I guess just die. Otherwise, I'd fight for you, my baby. Ah, I'm your baby. I'm your baby. Yeah, what if I just didn't exist because I was mulch to provide electricity, food, and water for everyone. We have a lot of neck-tugging yeses in chat. We have a lot of like, ooh, okay. People like, well, people will be good. People will be well off. We know canonically in The Last of Us that that killing Ellie wouldn't have done anything, right? We know canonically by virtue of like the devs telling us that, so it makes it a non-option. It makes it a non-choice. But if we were in their shoes, if we were making this decision between all of humanity being inoculated and being able to resist the clicker virus, being immune, versus the case of one person, what would we do? SMAC. Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri had an amazing philosophy that everyone who never played it is missing out. I do remember. I know very little of Alpha Centauri. Eustace, right? I know very little bit of Alpha Centauri. I know that like the different factions are really, really cool because they have a super capitalist faction. They have a collectivist, I guess like kind of like at the time it made sense, but now it's kind of like a weird, a collectivist Asian faction which would eat each other. Because like hey, like it all just sort of fuels the machine, man. I you know what? Maybe I should play Alpha Centauri. But if it's how much is it on Steam? Eustace, how many channel points do you've got? Meyer Alpha. It's $4.99. Is this a DLC or is this the full game? It's a very old study, but it's very old. Goo goo gaga. Goo goo gaga. Goo goo gaga. Thank you for the celerity, says Dayton. Thank you for the celerity plays. I really hope I enjoy this. It is very classic looking. I think I'm very intrigued. How would I play it on Steam though? Okay, no. So it is $5. I could totally do this. Yeah, I beat you to it. They did. I also think that Ellie, when told the choice, would have agreed to it. I hope so, but again, like the issue with utilitarianism is that we get to choose who's suffering, right? So even if it is on paper a very, very moral system, right? Like, we can just write off a minority. I guess that wouldn't technically be utilitarianism, or wouldn't be true utilitarianism, because if we're not fully accounting the suffering of all creatures, then, or at least all humans, or all a certain thing, then, it's not meaningfully practicing it. It's using utilitarian as a moral justification instead of following its moral axes. That being said, still, the baby mulch is a utilitarian, like, gotcha. I only vaguely remember the show. I thought she actually said yes, unless I'm wrong. I don't remember at all. I usually use GOG for both games. They patch them better. Then, well, thank you for that, Fluff. Utilitarianism scares me so much. I mean, it would, but like, we don't have many better choices. I think the next best thing is Kantism or moral absolutism. The philosophy of Immanuel Kant. We also have, what's the word for it? Ethics and morals are human inventions, yada yada. And just go crazy, but also I don't believe in that either. Kantian ethics is, deontological, revolving entirely around the duty rather than the moral duty rather than the moral actor and consequences of actions. All actions performed in accordance to some underlying maxim or principle, and vastly different from one another. Rationality as a good. Alright, the formulations of the categorical imperative. These are the underlying points of Kantism. Act only accordingly to a maxim that here, whereby you can at the same time will that it my goodness, it's language. It's a lot of words. Act in such a way that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or another, never as a means to end, but always at the same time as an end. Therefore, every rational being should act. Which one's moral absolutism? Pacific Drive. I'm not familiar with that one. Utilitarianism is scary, but like, all of these hard axiomatic, like, moral views, which are kind of unbending, it's hard to meaningfully, like, make them not scary. I'd say, like, I remember utilitarianism being the crowd favorite when I took that class, because the other ones were like, one of them is moral absolutism, right? Where like, oh, living in a proper society, I forget who posited it. Like, some things are just wrong, period. There is no nuance, there's no wiggle room to change. To steal is for something to be wrong. Like, to steal is to be wrong, so no matter why you do it, stealing is wrong. To kill is wrong, therefore no matter what reason to do it, it is wrong. And if we all sort of followed through with that ideal and that like perspective, then we would cut down on so much suffering in general, because we all believe that there are some intrinsic things that are wrong. Or maybe it's moral universalism? Moral objectivism? I really ought to reread my intro to ethics. I have a book on that right now. I could flip through it if we all like. I'm one of those people with scary mental illnesses, and I don't think utilitarianism has a good answer for someone like me. I mean, really, like, it is a utilitarian. Like, I don't want to put words in a utilitarian's mouth, especially since we don't have someone who meaningfully believes it here to defend themselves. But like, I do think that, like, the kind of healthcare that you dislike is partially utilitarian. It's for the most people to have a good time, or for the most people to have good, and minimizing suffering for the most people. Like, sometimes minorities need to be loud. Sometimes minorities need to make space for themselves to be treated right? Sometimes you're in a bad relationship, and what matters is you standing up for yourself and saying, hey, I can't have this, and you're causing suffering in doing so, but the suffering is worth it because you're able to stand up for yourself, and you're able to minimize your own suffering, and it's all recursive and such like that. I love philosophy. I wish I was more adroit in it. I only know so many of the basics. Enough to yap, not enough to really dig down and make a 10-minute talk on it. This brings a question for the hypothetical, says Oldman. How would a baby have to die to count? Like, would they have to stay dead to count? Or could the baby... Oh, that's also true, right? Content warning, oh, can we bring head pats back on? We turned it off yesterday because it was in the middle of us talking about stuff. Yapping about it's super interesting though. I don't think about it very often. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I don't think I could abridge philosophy in 10 minutes either. I mean, well, here's the thing, Dayton. I couldn't. Hank Green can. Hank Green can. I can't. But you know what? We just gotta offset it to someone who knows it better. That's another thing, Oldman, right? Like, what if the baby, instead of being mulched instantly, was being tortured over the course of 12 years? Like, would that change y'all's decision? Thank you for the head pats, Oldman. How would the children be sacrificed as test subjects? Hopefully unwilling experiment that is about the nature of the universe. I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Like, how long is the baby being tortured again? I don't know. Like, the conceit first was presented to me in this class with like immediately mulched, but then another modifier that I was reminded of that Oldman brings up is, okay, what if the baby's tortured over the course of 12 years? A human life entirely made up of misery to offset the misery of 1 billion, 2 billion people. I imagine this to make it more conflicting, Beryl. I mean, like, here's the thing. We don't really think of life or death meaningfully, right? Maybe I'm just incredibly lucky. It's probably because I'm incredibly lucky, but I really mourned my first, like, personal death this year. And that is my cat. And I prefer people not to go, oh, it's just a cat, because it ruined me for a while. But, like, I've only interacted with death, like, and it have an effect on me once so far in my life. So I'm very, very privileged in that way. We don't really think about, like, about loss in those numbers. We see this many. We've become so desensitized in America, at least, that we see numbers and we go, oh. We don't think of those numbers as individuals, as human lives and all that such. Then murdered. So one baby takes on the agony of the world. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, Beryl. I think you'd give this idea less thought if it was the trolley problem. The trolley problem is too stale at this point. Nobody takes it seriously anymore. So this is where we've had to go to. Yeah, the trolley problem is too tame. Even when you gotta push that big hefty guy into the tracks, it's still rough. Like Angra Manu. I'm not familiar with that. Let me get a peek. The hypostasis of evil and the main adversary to Zoroastrianism. I don't remember enough of this. Interesting, though. I remember having a small primer to this, but I don't remember anything of it. Think of it of a being that embodies all of the world's evils. Well, there's a difference between embodying and suffering, right? I would argue. But I suppose like if you know better, if you know Zoroastrianism more than I do, I would have to defer, right? Until somebody corrects me otherwise. Also, if the 12-year-old is released after 12 years of suffering from birth, I don't think I want them released. I think this may make me an awful person, but that 12-year-old is gonna have issues. That 12-year-old who comes out of the mulcher box changed. It was they would burn the society to the ground, and you know what? They have entirely personal reasons to do so. What kind of life is that kid supposed to live after that? Right? I don't know. I think this is how supervillains happen, right? This is how supervillains happen. Or Oldman, if anyone comes to mind, a spill of like some kid who was in a cult who was tortured for the purpose of everyone else being happy, and then left and then just killed everyone in the cult. Or, like, that has to be a superhero or supervillain story, right? 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 Oh, I forgot to send you all the video by Mako Ray. Mako doesn't stream on Twitch anymore, and I think we differ on some. I think it's a he or they. I forget, because they were a they for a bit, and I think they went to femboy, or they might be an any. He, they're a he. There's a video. Made I guess a little bit. There was a video I would definitely recommend for all of you if you have the opportunity and time. I think it's really, really wonderful. I think it's just such a scathing, just a yell of frustration at people who are like, oh, the world's over, time to do nothing about it, or time to just like slide back into the waters. We crawled out of the waters, and that was the biggest mistake we've ever made as society. I think it speaks very well to like how the world is still improving, though gradually, and we can't see it from all the pain. But like overall, like we're in a better place now than we have been in a long time. Our problems are just different. Enjoy your shower, HAIII. Empathy man, he hates everybody. What, Gregory House from House MD? There are definitely several SCPs about the ritual sacrifice for the greater good in any case. Fair enough, that makes sense. I don't know, I imagine like in The Boys or in Crossed or in some kind of like particularly heinous shock-ridden comic, like it might have come up. Never mind the SCPs, fair enough. Isn't that also the premise of Snowpiercer? I'm not sure if it's the premise of Snowpiercer so much as Snowpiercer. Like, that's the thing, right? Utilitarianism becomes scary when, like, we judge who is the people, right? Actually, let me go to utilitarianism to make sure I'm not massively underrepresenting it. I mean, I'm gonna give it to Eustace. Eustace, do you think I'm doing a meaningfully alright job criticizing utilitarianism? Do you think I'm being fair, or do you think I'm, like, just basically smearing its name in the mod? 3 slices of bread today and tomorrow. You have no money. You can't afford an apple. Dayton, not to give you a solution that which you may not be able to use. Excuse me. Honestly, I have no clue. Fair enough. Like, utilitarianism has some good. I think it's generally a good conceit to maximize good and reduce suffering. But, like, the ways that we as humans might pervert it might make it wrong or different or change it. Or not problematic necessarily. I mean, they are problematic. The way that we might enact utilitarianism can often leave people who don't have the ability to communicate their suffering out to dry. Snowpiercer is about maintaining class distinction and makes the majority of the train's residents suffer for the comfort of minority. Fair enough. Clean enough. Oldman. It's the any means necessary that makes systems that maximize good not that great. I'd say that's a pretty clean way to put it. Crispy. Snowpiercer is more of an illusion of power and the corruption of a semi-utilitarian capitalistic system. I mean, it can't be semi-utilitarian, right? Like, in and of itself can't be utilitarian because too many people are suffering. Or at least, I guess you don't count them as people, but that's the issue, right? The old man had a better review. We can consult the Encyclopedia Britannica. Normative ethics. Criticisms. One criticism is that through the widespread practice of lying and stealing the resulting loss of untrustworthy in society is not certain that the occasional lie would avoid embarrassment. Also, there are two kinds of utilitarianism I'm reading right now. There's rule utilitarian, where we enforce utilitarian regimes by virtue of system of power that makes us act a certain way, and act-based utilitarianism, where we ourselves are trying to maximize good and minimize pain, right? And the latter is much more attractive than the former. I guess this is a point in AE's bucket or bin of institutions ruining everything, but I don't know. It's exaggerating, but I don't think it's entirely true that a system like that that would be happy with 51% of the population being happy, because 51 is most. I mean, it's not even like the majority. It's about maximizing and minimizing, right? Maximizing. How long have you been here, J Crispy? Because I don't want to bring up the baby mulcher again, or the 12-year baby mulcher again. I'm tired of talking about mulched babies. This is a 14+ stream. A little while, so like you've heard like the postulated like types possibly. No, bring up the baby mulcher again. I want to hear about this. It interests me. I'm so tired of it. I do really want to try Alpha Centauri now. Maybe we could do it. You know, Cell, this is a really old message, Dayton. You know, Cell, I don't really like people, and for quite a while, anthropy was very much my view. I want to look at that really quickly. Anthropy. Anthropy is the experience of cultivated serendipity, where leaders from all walks convene. I think that's like a anthropic principle. In cosmology, the anthropic principle known as the observation selection fact is the proposition that the range of possible observations could be made about the universe is limited by the fact that the observations are only possible in a type of universe that is capable of developing observers in the first place. I need a definition for what anthropy is. But I've seen a lot of small acts of kindness and empathy in my attempts to chase this. And as a species, we are very much mature, but utilizing corporations and nepotistic governments, as well as politically driven governments, is an example of our species' maturity and is poor view. I think that's fair, right? I do agree, Dayton, that... Oh, misanthropic. You used to be a misanthrope. Yeah, I do agree that more humans are good than bad. Like, this is not something we disagree with. And for me to say that humanity as a whole is not mature enough to go into space without colonizing is a blanket statement, right? That being said, we're not going into space as humanity. At the most generous, we're going to space as envoys of corporations or government or politically driven governments or nepotistic governments, right? And those spaces are not mature enough to do these things without enacting suffering. I didn't say military at all. I mean, there needs to be some kind of peacekeeping force, but like, Like, at the very least to keep the humans in line. Like, we're gonna go into, like, I'm pretty sure the ISS still has a gun in it. Does the ISS still have a gun? Are there any weapons in space? There are usually one or two handguns aboard the International Space Station, but according to NBC's news space analyst, these guns belong to the Russians. But anyone could have access to them. That's so what a cop out. Like, well, there are two guns in space, but they're all Russian. Like, I didn't say anything about the military. I mean, I imagine there are one or two guns, and I imagine, like, we will need a means to, like, stop hostile wildlife from, like, killing people. Like, I'm not saying it's a military affair. I didn't say that that Space Force was going over to colonize places. But, like, the majority of, like, conquistadors were simultaneously, like, scientific affairs. There is an intrinsic attachment between science and military because, let's be honest, governments like knowing how to kill people and knowing new and fantastic ways to kill people. Also, Ender's Game is dumb. What did the biologists do? Oh, this race is not showing any signs of intelligence in their action. Let me keep my mouth shut. Oh, this race is showing signs of intelligence in their action. Let me keep my mouth shut. But you're also implying that, like, scientists have the same sway or say that, like, other organizations in society do, right? Unless we have scientific lobbyists, generally science. When was the last time you listened to a scientist, or when we've had an administration listen to a scientist? Like, I used to think, like, watching those, like, movies or films. Are we back? There you go. I used to think watching those movies or films where, a meteor is gonna happen, or, like, a meteor is gonna happen, or a super volcano is gonna erupt and, like, kill everyone, and nobody's listening to these scientists. Why won't anyone listen to the scientists? I used to think that were the case, right? I used to think that, like, how silly is it that these governments aren't listening to these scientists? Like, we would do that in our world, really. Like, that's the fiction. And then nowadays, my heart breaks a little bit because I'm seeing science be completely smoothed over for that, right? They also need, yeah, we're doing that right now. Like, that's what breaks my heart. Like, we as intellectuals, as people who value science and value seeing these things properly and value, like, information and truth as a currency versus as a means. I guess currency and means are the same thing. Who value, like, intellectualism and truth and information as a meaningful good in and of itself. Like, knowing like how a chicken breast is cooked perfectly scientifically is valuable, in my opinion. It's intrinsically invaluable. They also need to value. They need to value scientists' opinions enough to not judge the bugs as just bugs. Was Ender's Game, like, written about 9/11? Let me give it a peek. Nope, it's 1985, so it predates, like, us going to war over a provocation that might not have represented an entire race, but happened anyway. Like, in an ideal world, Dayton, we'd listen to scientists. My heart breaks. Well, I mean... You mean what, J. Crispy? General CEO of the military would absolutely listen too hard to the head of military marketing. Cold War allegory, maybe? Well, it's a hot war. Oldman, it's a hot war. Bugs are being killed on the streets. It's a hot war. How can I be so unfunny and laugh at myself so much? Maybe Vietnam, right? Where do the bugs build their home? We chased them out of Earth and we followed them. Like, no, this is not real history. Ender's Game is not real history. Also, I've only watched the movie. I'm not good enough. I don't have enough, like, I have not enough canon to dispute you. But if I recall correctly, we basically found their mothership and we destroyed it. Right? And they have small colonies, they have small hives on other planets, but we hit the big one. Because we repelled the bugs, I think through some kind of issue, we kicked the hornet's nest, and then we just followed them and stuff. There's the Iran-Iraq stuff in the 80s. It's Vietnam, baby. Let me scroll it back. Oh, I scrolled to the top of my chatting history on my OBS, which means I have to start scrolling up on my chatting history and twitchtv.com. In case I missed anything. I lost all of a chat. That's okay. The sequel book Speaker of the Dead is worth reading, I guess. That's scary. But also, I spoiled myself a little, Alice. Correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't Ender have a Eren Yeager Tadake moment? Where through using the psychic ability of these bugs, kind of groom himself into the person he would be to like emancipate the bugs. But also Eren Yeager is not the protagonist of Attack on Titan. But the apparent unwillingness to see the other side as persons, that happens everywhere though, right? The only time it was ever justified was against Germany in 1940, and even still, there were people who kind of like got swept up in nationalism and then realized halfway through, but were like in too deep that they couldn't like get out of it. The thing is, I don't see a lot of movies as allegorical. I don't see a lot of the movies that are allegorical of Vietnam War, because if it is, it's often about because if it is, it's often just about the Vietnam War or the people in it. It's been a while since I've read it through. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. I remember some Eren Yeager time travel psychic ability kind of stuff, which has been making me doing my Attack on Titan TTRPG much harder. Because I wanted to run a game in the world of Attack on Titan, but apparently eventually we'll have to leave Parody Island, and I don't know what to do after that. All of the fun for me in Attack on Titan is the first 3 seasons, and then we go into a War is Hell series, which I generally like the concept and premise of War is Hell, but somehow maybe I'm too invested in these characters. Maybe isn't Helta a they, Dayton? Just to clarify really quickly, isn't Helta a they? Maybe we should bring about what the military is doing with $100 million worth of Viagra. I mean, it's for like blood flow, right? What other use is there for Viagra? Right? Like, isn't it to maintain? Like, I watched an episode of Top Gear where one of the challenges is to drive a luxury car to the top of the Himalayas or something like that, like just a very, very high mountain. Or maybe it was like bikes, maybe it was a biking episode. It was one of their specials. And they had to take Viagra to maintain blood flow, because otherwise they'd get hypoxia and die. Understood, Dayton. Let me just go on the Discord and check their pronouns. What are the other uses, Beryl? What other reasons would you use What do you use Viagra for? Cold resistance? I would think so for the like increased like blood flow, right? High altitude. You know, thank you. High altitude, right? High altitude. Viagra is used to keep you like there. That's what it's for, right? Return. AE, what are uses for Viagra? The US is planning to invade Antarctica to steal the big mountain. Is Helta still my Discord? I don't see him anywhere. Okay, how about I go to fan art and view by HAIII image. It's a shame that the author is bigoted, even though they have understanding themes of tolerance in the novels. It is a shame. I would agree that is a shame. Has image in fan content. Oh, they're an any all. Fair enough. Delta. They clicked they them on my server, so I'll just use they them, but you know them better, so as you will. Study buddy, can you pick more pronouns, or can you only pick one pronoun on my server? That is actually a problem I'd like to solve. No, you can pick multiple pronouns. Thank you for the stretch, Ryan. Yeah. Hey, we were talking about like military spending and Viagra, because apparently the military uses $10 million, and like I'm like, yeah, it's for high altitude training, right? It like the increased blood flow allows you to not get hypoxia in high altitude. $100 million. Like, it has other uses, yeah. Like, it has other uses, yeah, but I don't know how else to say it on the platform so far. Gosh, that was a lot of space talk. Holy moly. I need a second to sort of like, I've been talking about space for like the past hour and a half, or the past hour or so, but I'm trying to figure out if I want to even shift gears, because I could talk about off-Kai, but again, like, can I be honest with all of you, study buddy? I got a major like stroke of anxiety in my chest around off-Kai. Right, about being perceived. I was reminded once again that I'm not cut out for, like, existing in public. If you by any chance recognize me in Hofkai, do not take pictures of me, please. Onegai shimasu. I might share a picture where both of our hands are in a frame and that's it. And that's not a promise. Like, please don't take pictures of me while I'm out. I'll probably be the only person in Hofkai in a mask. Well, that's not true. So many people will be in a mask. America shall have the biggest mountain and beat those Arctic terrorists. No, I'm very, very nervous. Like, my heart patters a little bit. I'm just nervous about off-Kai in general. It's been a second since I've flown, and this isn't a good year to fly, as far as I'm told. I don't think I could ever talk about going to Evan before go. To be honest, it's a Pandora's box kind of thing. I said it, and by the time I did, it was too late. It is still in California, which is good, right? So there are no guns, or very, very few guns. Flying is really safe. I know it's like super safe, but in recent like months, it's been a little less safe. Like more aeronautic incidents have been reported recently, and it hurts my heart. It scares me a little bit. No, but HAIII, especially you, I'm not a big creator. You're on the verge of partner. I'm trying to pick myself up after a little bit of hiatus and lack of content, so... I mean, yeah, there might be like a crazy or two, or a parasocial or two, but I really doubt they're going to off-Kai. No, at this rate, HAIII, like, we are almost in different worlds in terms of VTuber experience. Cosplay as Merryweather? That is so peak. That is such an idea. You know, why didn't I do that? Why didn't I do that? There are thousands upon thousands of flights every day, and you hear about almost every plane that goes down. Yeah, I mean, that's the issue, right? We think of the world as it could never be me, and it could totally be me, right? We're in a world of it could never be me, and it could totally be me nowadays. Or not always. We've always been that way, right? We always think we're the one who's going to win the lottery, and we always think that, oh, I could never contract COVID, right? I'm invincible and I'm a god. Like, we have that cognitive bias that is just so deep. Flying is safe until it isn't. It really is. Until it isn't. I'm never going to meet another content creator in person aside of you, probably. Low-key, I have no trust in this point. That's fair. I mean, again, like, we're living, like, completely different creator lives at this point. In so many different ways. Like, it's hard to, like, we started in the same place, but it's hard to say nowadays if our like, experiences are even comparable. You are in way more danger driving in even the same city. Well, that's the thing, Angel. I don't drive, so actually I'm the safest. You can't logic your way out of people in their mental illness. Because if you could do that, then we all would have done it already. Like, I think the issue is that, like, when it comes to self-help or logic or like self-therapy, or like self-shadow work without therapy, there are people who are very susceptible and good for that to work, right? But there is something to be said about how, like, if it were so easy that to be given you information that we change our minds and thoughts, there's the implication that we're just not willing to work on ourselves, and that may be the case for a lot of people, but not for everyone. Not for everyone. What an excellent reference, Dayton. That only I'm gonna get. What an excellent reference, Dayton, that no one else in chat's going to get. But have statistics. Oh. I'm dying over here, Dayton. I'm dying. I think the same with flights, but realistically, if something happens on a plane, I have no choice but to just shrug. I don't know. Beryl, I am the master of my situation. If I have a 0.01% more chance to jump out of the plane and survive, I will jump out of the plane rather than land. Shorts! Dayton, I'm talking about the movie! I'm talking about superhero movie. Because back in the day, we weren't spoiled for choice for movies we watched. You know my brain rot? I was there when the brain rot was written, Dayton. I remember getting it on DVD. So good, so good. You remember renting it from Blockbuster? Bet. I mean, also, do you still have Blockbuster in South Africa? Titanium blades. cut through diamonds. I'm not wearing any diamonds. Why is this hitting me so hard? Am I just heady and high off the coffee? It's not even that funny a joke. I think it's the funniest joke in the movie. What movie are we talking about? We're talking about the movie called Superhero Movie, which is a terrible spoof back when Scary Movie and Epic Movie were a thing. It's a movie called Superhero Movie starring Drake Bell before the allegations. It's meant to be essentially a spoof of all the major things over there, like X-Men and all that stuff, but primarily focused on like the Spider-Man story. Yeah, the spoof era, Beryl. Crazy time. It's got the same energy as I'm a survivor. We're a dying breed. I don't remember that. I don't remember that one. That was not me. It is that funny. Titanium blades. They cut through diamonds. I'm not wearing any diamonds. I was already burned out on scary movies. So fair, old man. I never watched a scary movie. It's not sad. They were never very funny. Or the majority of the jokes are like, it's. I think Rick and Morty is a good successor to spoof movies, I would say. Rick and Morty, in my personal opinion, because they're written by Dan Harmon, after the allegations, are a worthy successor to the spoof movies. There's a void between Scary Movie 4 and Meet the Spartans for me, and they vanished my memory after. I haven't watched Meet the Spartans, but there is that one clip I saw where it's like, oh yes, that's how we do things here in Sparta. Full tongue kisses for the men, and high fives for the women. Which is kind of funny. Spaceballs! I miss Spaceballs! I miss Spaceballs. Spaceballs was a fun movie. Spaceballs the flamethrower! Hello, Alien.air, how are you? I only recall Epic Movie and Meet the Spartans is where they really fell off. Fair enough. Spaceballs is a classic, but I wouldn't put that in the spoof era. I think that is a parody, but that is not like of the parody era, I would argue. Also very crude even still. I'm not above silly toilet humor and stuff like that, but I do roll my eyes. I love how when George Lucas said you couldn't dress him up as Han Solo, they dressed him up as Indiana Jones, you know? Pop off. I wish I was that funny, Beryl. Or who said I'm more likely to die in a car than in a plane? No, Angel, you're absolutely correct. I'm more likely to die in a car than in a plane. Titanium blades cut through diamonds. I'm not wearing any diamonds. How do you think of something that's stupid? How do you think of something that's stupid? I'm so jealous. I wish I were that funny. I know I'm a little funny. Something about how the US could really use a good train line. I'm there with you, Angel. I'm there with you. Like, how long would it take with stops? I genuinely want to be at them one day. Have an indica. Have a couple of indica. Have like if you haven't had any at all, have 15 milligrams. Fill your stomach with sugar. Have a ride. Just record whatever pun Super Plink and I drop here. That's true. You two are funny. You two are funny. Titanium blade. They cut through diamonds. I'm sorry, there's no content study, buddy. You came here for me to yap about, like, the Fermi paradox and how... And also the Red Queen hypothesis, where there was this belief that, like, we're only ever going to see hostile, there's this belief that we're only ever going to see hostile, aliens, because any alien who's met another civilization is rolling the dice on whether that civilization are nice or conquerors, and because after that encounter between these two alien races, right, whoever survives, if we see entire annihilation, right, they leave behind a Red Queen, right? There's the Black Queen, Slay. There's the Black Queen, who in essence is like the peaceful queen, and the Red Queen, who's the hostile queen. If the Black Queen survives its encounter with the Red Queen, it's very unlikely they're going to maintain their Black Queen status. They're going to turn to a Red Queen because they're going to preempt the attack. So if you repeat that game over billions and billions of stars, it's very, very likely that all who remain in space are meanies. And if that's not the case, we are the first Red Queen that encounters a Black Queen. If we meet a civilization that is kind to us from the get, it's very likely we're the ones who are going to corrupt them. Remembrance of Earth series deals with the scenario, right? I'm not familiar with it, but I imagine so. That assumes that there are many more species of spacefaring species, but the assumption of this hypothesis, right, Angel, is that the species has contacted us. Therefore, they must be spacefaring, or at least the ability to communicate outwards. And if it's a declaration of war, I think if I were a smart alien species, and if I was an aggressive alien species, and I didn't have the ability to... Why are we talking about aliens? In Civ 5, if I knew there were people in the New World, and if I knew there were people in the New World, I'd be gathering intelligence, but I would not send if I didn't have the technology to meet them, then I wouldn't talk to them. I would hide. So if we're the only Red Queen race, that means we're the only Silly Dayton. Let's kill those alien terrorists. Yeah. So who was it before? I think it was Chainsaws who said, "Oh, I saw a TED talk that said it is our right and our duty to manifest destiny in space if it's barren, right? If we're the only ones to do it, it's our destiny. It is what we must do, right?" I like the modification of that Dayton is saying that, oh, if we have the capacity to be the bad guys, we must be the bad guys. Xander, you're absolutely correct. It's either gonna be those words. Exactly. Like I said, our hypotheses of aliens are completely different, whether or not they are hot. We have to bring balance to the Force. Their sacrifice will be noble. Well, now I lost track again. Now my brain's all Red Queen hypothesis. Reminds me of the comparisons between bonobos and chimps. Don't we think of one of them as intelligent and the other one rude? I'm gonna take a 3-minute restroom break and you're gonna find all that out. I'll see you soon in a second. I did that like I was gonna say something very brilliant, but I was gonna say I brushed my teeth. That's all I had to say. See you again in 3 minutes. No. Ah, the Big Bang! In the beginning, there was nothing. And then, there was celerity. Why are you gonna gun me? Brilliant celerity, amazing. I mean, I brushed my teeth. I brushed my teeth in the morning. And then I ate breakfast. And I brushed my teeth again. Anime style toothbrushing style. Exactly. I have not watched up to that point in Bakemonogatari, Xander, but you know exactly the scene I'm thinking of. Sorry, I'm getting butt kicked in magic. Processing. Magic the Gathering? No, you're a red mage. You need to tell me, you need to be specific with these things. Like, are you in a magical duel and you've lost? Thank you for the head pats, Tobiash. Magic the Gathering. Wait, no, you just said yeah! That's not enough context, no. Are you in a magical duel that you've lost? Are you playing Magic Chess? Or Magic the Gathering? If you're enjoying the latter, teach me. No, let's find a time at some point to just like play Magic. I don't know. I know Snake's been wanting me to play Magic, but I don't know. I haven't played a TTO. I haven't played a card game with you since Yu-Gi-Oh, and I miss it. Can I give chat head pats to you? No, you cannot. Ooh, so you should try playing Magic. I mean, like, I could try. I just hate I just hate like how slow it is to learn a card game. To meet someone's older time-traveling self and be aggressively toothbrushed? No, just me. Huh? Is that the context for the scene in Bakemonogatari? Thank you for the head pat. Thank you for the party horn. I saw recently, this is what made me think about this. I was at a Barnes & Noble's the other day. And I had the privilege of seeing that Barnes & Nobles were selling speed dueling kits. Like, they were selling a box with 8 decks inside. Right? They were selling a box with 8 decks inside, where you can play as the Paradox Brothers, or Alistair, or Jaden Yuki, or that one guy, Bastion, from GX. Essentially, it was like a starter kit. I was like, hey, person I'm with here, do you want to buy this and learn it? And they go, no. And I go, okay. I don't know. I'm wondering if I should bring my Yu-Gi-Oh deck to Offkai. To learn Magic is similar to learn an Eldritch Secret. It's never ending and endlessly confusing. I'd rather not then, but... No, Bakemonogatari features siblings. Just imagine a scenario where brushing yourself, but also somehow by your sibling? Words on stream. This could be fun, Fluff. It's something we could do now, even. If you do, I will too. Will we have time to just drop to the floor and play Yu-Gi-Oh? Xander, I play a lock deck. I'll be very frustrating to play against. You need something like Black Wings to even cross my main setup. A staple in Magic is having to check your phone with the ruling on someone's card at some point. Fair enough. Fun thing to do. People join in on the phone and guess words, get high score collectively. That could be fun. Today? Or in the future? I think all my decks now are illegal. Actually, yeah, I don't know if my deck is tournament legal as well at the moment. Yeah, maybe not. I don't have a good IRL deck. I play, Divas. I'll show you all the deck I use. Melodious Divas. It's not a tournament, like, ready deck either. It's not incredibly strong. Anti-fandom? It's off meta, And I think it was a B. I think when I was playing it was like a B tier deck. Is this just the Yu-Gi-Oh like thing? Essentially, the point of the game. I guess I'm teaching you how to beat me. Oh, there's some of these I haven't seen yet. Canon. No, Canon is just to Trugor. Okay, so Sonata. It is a fairy deck which relies primarily on. I think it's Elegy. It is Elegy. It's a lock deck which primarily focuses on this combo. There are a lot of easy ways for it to special summon monsters. Actually, I don't even know the modern rules, so probably like my deck doesn't even work. No, so this card, there are a lot of ways to special summon a card in with Melodious Divas, because basically anything you can use to special summon a fairy you can use. Also, there are cards like Canon who if this card is if you control Melodious card, you can put this in your hand. Like there are so many special summons here, but the way that this works, I think you can only do one nowadays. I don't remember. The way it works is Aria the Melodious Diva makes it so that Melodious cards cannot be destroyed by battle or targeted by card effects. And Elegy, if special summon, if we can get around that, Melodious monsters you control cannot be destroyed by card effects. So between these two, cannot be destroyed, cannot be destroyed by card effects, cannot be targeted by card effects or destroyed by battle, right? So the only way to get rid of them is to banish them or go over them with a what's the word for it? With piercing damage. Which there are other cards like Sonata, which just increases all their attack and defense by 500, which turns these from like mid-tier cards to meaningful beat sticks. I think is 2,500 still good? In yeah, Xander, if you have like a what's their name? Lustrous Soldier? Like the Banished Soldier guy? Black Luster Soldier. If you have a Black Luster Soldier deck, you might actually still be able to get over me. But also, there's a card in, I think it's the Bloom Diva, where it's a fusion card which cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. Essentially the mixture of both of them. And you take no damage from attacks involving this card. If this card battles a special summoned monster, after damage calculation, you can inflict the damage to your opponent equal to the difference and destroy that monster. So essentially, it's weak, so I can just deal the difference of our monsters' damages against each other. In Magic the Gathering, that would just be the cards you control are hexproof and indestructible. I mean, yeah, right? I would be a blue deck. I'm told I would be a blue-black deck. I want to play Dinos again. I want to play Gem Knights again. I really like Gem Knights. I think I'm born to play beat sticks, but what I do play is lock decks. Born to play beat sticks. I have a zombie deck that might be able to handle it. It's funny, Xander, you say that, because I've been dealing with zombie decks for years. I don't even play the game, Helta, but I'm saying that, judging by my Yu-Gi-Oh deck, I'd probably play a blue deck. Also, I don't really play Ionia. Honestly, I'm born to play red, but what I do play is blue. I've been playing against zombie decks for a long time. I don't do the normal zombie things. Ooh. Are you a Skull Servant kind of person, Xandor? Yeah, sounds mostly blue for you. Yeah, right? I would love to play red. I would love to play Noxus. I would love to play Gem Knights or like I played Six Samurai back when it was really. I played a lot of Six Samurai. Back when it was toxic to play Six Samurai. I was one of the people who bought 3. Ooh, vampires are really fun. I like vampires a lot. Thank you for the hydrate, Orion. I played Six Samurai back when the Six Samurai structure deck came out. So I bought 3 of them, put them together, and then bought Shien and the entire special deck piecemeal on the internet. And nobody wanted to play with me anymore. That's when I learned that it's more important to have friends than to win. Because I had 0 friends. Joke. Half joke. Hello, Verithia. Good morning. How are you doing? We were just talking about some card games. I forget what else. We were talking about the Red Queen hypothesis as well. I've gotten people to rage quit against vampires in Master Duel, but I don't have all the cards for that deck IRL. So fair. Honestly, I really wanted to get into Master Duel, but like, I can't do the gotcha thing again, especially for free. I don't play games to grind. Some cards too expensive? Absolutely fair. Like, there are some cards that are in the $20, $50. Some will pay up the wazoo. Maybe Cell isn't a blue belt player at all. After all, a blue player would have never learned that lesson. Here's the thing as well, though, Helta. If I'm gonna spend money, real life money, on something, it better serve me well. I'm not gonna spend real life money to lose. I'm not gonna spend real life money to lose to have fun. If I'm gonna be spending real life money, it's gonna be the thing that wins. And this was the off-meta budget deck that would frustrate everyone. My most expensive deck is a Dark Magician deck. It's good, but I didn't bring it. So fair, right? What if something happens at Offkai? What if it starts raining sewage like it did at that other con? I agree, Sal. Here's the thing, like, if it's like Legends of Runeterra, where it's criminally easy to get meaningfully good decks, or Gwent, I will have fun. I will build decks that are zany. I will build decks that are made up of only individuals with lantern jaws. I will build a deck in like Legends of Runeterra because I headcanon those characters in a polycule. My favorite deck for the longest time was a Blood Scars deck with not even with Vladimir, but it had all the members of like Vladimir's cult because I thought they were cute and they deserved to be together. Like, that was my Legends of Runeterra deck. If the game is free, I will have fun. If the game costs money, I will win. What if we're back in elementary school and someone steals my deck? Oh no! Barrel! What if you're on a cruise ship, right? What if you're on a cruise ship and somebody takes your deck and throws it into the water? What if somebody, what's his name? What did somebody think I was? What did Owlin think I was? The guy who's opposite Rex. Bug guy. Yu-Gi-Oh! Weevil Underwood. Yes. Like what if I bring my deck over to Offkai and someone throws it in the water, a la Weevil Underwood or on High School Host Club. You had someone steal your Stardust Dragon deck in middle school? Study buddy, I'm not usually a proponent of the death penalty. Hello Boone, welcome. We're talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! All I want to do is play my silly little cards, my silly little commander, and the blue player is like, counter spell, brings me closer to a Stacks Mass Lands Destruction player. So fair. I mean, the good thing about Legends of Runeterra is that like every deck has a counter. Ionia has the best counters, but like if you're doing a Noxus Shadow Isles deck, you can just like brute force it. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Boone. Wild, man. Laminating and punch your cards? I have a suspicion that Helta is not telling us the full story behind their silly little commander. Well. You did buy the Fallout decks because I love Fallout. I love Fallout too, Xander. Xander, I think you sent me pictures of going to Fallout Con in Good Springs. That was wonderful. Thank you so much for sending those. There's a collapsing polycule in Murderbot right now. I was able to get a download of all the Murderbot episodes recently, Dayton. I was able to download them onto a serviceable legal app, and I have them on my PC. So I might be able to watch them on the plane, but I might just be editing 10-minute talks there, Dayton. It's been like 3 weeks since I've last uploaded, so. You were playing against a Fallout deck, because that's so null. There's a Fallout Con IRL in Good Springs. It's not like a con, but like a whole bunch of like Fallout people go out there to Good Springs, and like, Xander, can I show pictures? Xander, can I show pictures of your vacation? I'm gonna show pictures. Brilliant. Let me go into our DMs. I'd prefer these had been in the server because I think everyone would have loved it, but oh, here it is. The Highwayman. The famous Highwayman from Fallout 2, if I recall correctly. You could buy that. The Good Springs General Store. Tobiash, look at that. I got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle, jingle, jangle. I didn't know you had a Discord where I sent those. I might have not, Xander, to be perfectly honest. They had Leggett Linnaeus over there. Heck yes. I'm not a Legion fanboy, but I do think Linnaeus gives the C word. The C word Caesar. No, y'all know ballroom culture. Y'all know what C word I'm speaking to. I do think Linnaeus gives C. The dude was so tall. I mean, like, they ought to be, right? Hello, Critical. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, so there is a Fallout Con in real life Good Springs. No worries. Please practice Tetris. I'm looking forward to your new game. I was able to watch your last show. Thank you for naming your high score after me. That was really flattering. I remember hearing it, but I didn't know it evolved into a whole thing. I mean, like, those are cosplayers, right? I don't know, like, what they do at Good Springs, but it's wonderful. I'm 6'3", and standing next to him, he was almost a head taller. Let me look at their boots, really. They might have been wearing platforms. No, those are regular boots. Dang. Magic cards, yippee! I would love to play Legends of Runeterra. Honestly, I would love to see. I would love to bring a streamer out of retirement to collaborate with them. But I feel like they'd need like some kind of PNG or something like that. I'd love to bring a streamer out of retirement so I can like play Legends of Runeterra with them a little bit and just have a bit of fun. Gotta go to a late night dentist and steal some toothpaste. Enjoy your toothpaste. Oh, I forgot how broke you are. Like, Study Buddy, they said they were broke earlier in the stream, I should say. I didn't go like that wasn't like a classist judgment or anything. Every time I hear Runeterra, I remember Slugterra. What's Slugterra? What is Slugterra? Why do people know what Slugterra is? What? Am I out of the loop? It's a Canadian animated show created by Asaph Flipkey. The series was produced by Nordcorp's Entertainment. How many of you were into Code Lyoko, if I may ask? It's Pokemon but American. You mean Canadian. And instead of little balls, they shoot the slugs out of guns. Good for them. On my way to go dress as the main protagonist and take someone there dressed as a romanceable companion. That's very cool. Who would I even be? There aren't that many like cute people. There aren't that many cute people in Fallout. Well, that's a lie. There are attractive people, but I wouldn't say there are many cute people, right? So I wouldn't know who I'd go as. I love committing theft, taking too many free samples. Oh, I'm also poor. So fair, AE. Cute, not really, but yeah. I mean, like, I do have a cursed idea. I do have a silly cursed idea. And hopefully this gives me some cred in Fallout spaces. I think the most likely person I could be... Oh, never mind, I don't have any cred. I forgot their name. Inventor of Jet. Inventor of Jet Fallout. I was gonna say I can go as Merton, but their name is Myron.
Okay, I'll wait here. Whew. You could show me a little more respect, you know. I am Myron.
I am a Myron. I don't think this message is gonna last long, so we'll see how long. Oh, Myron exists. Good. If I was gonna play like I think Myron's literally a child in the game, but like, if I were to try to like go to Fallout Con, I don't think this is romanceable at all. I don't think there's any resemblance either. But like, oh my gosh, there are that as well. Ew, gross, gross Myron. I read more about their page, and I wish I didn't. Also, I hate that I made more progress listening to the script on the script in the past hour than I did this last week. You know what, AE? I'm just that good. It's the intellectual bonus you get from watching my streams. Study buddy, if you watch my streams, you get plus 25 on your final grade on any assignment. Clearly, it's helping AE right now. Remember, subscribe, follow. It was fun as a tea time show, from what I remember. That's fair. People with slugs not launched out of Nerf guns, more or less. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't think I could do a romanceable companion. Maybe the next person after that is... Maybe the next person after that, after Myron, is maybe Arcade Ganon. Arcade Ganon's a little fop, aren't they? They're a little cutie. I could do Veronica! Watching Celerity streams actually manifests thick plastic frame glasses on your face so that others perceive you as smarter than you truly are. So true, so true. Why didn't you show up while I was in college, Cell? I could have used that 25% to slack off more. Well, I wasn't streaming yet. I dropped a bunch of I dropped a bunch of good springs in your Discord. Thank you very much. Let me get a peek. Much Kirby. No way! Headcanon. Jet wasn't created post-war. Jet created post-war wasn't invented by Myron. He discovered a way to make it after the real ingredient. The Brahman dung was just a synthetic agreement that couldn't be replicated after the bombs fell. You're actually correct, aren't you, Tobiash? Isn't that not headcanon? Isn't that just canon? At least it's canon in Bethesda canon because you find Jet in pre-war. What's the word for it? So Myron is just a populator of it in no? Am I wrong? I was thinking Veronica. Got a cute personality, at least. Yeah, Veronica's very cute. 76. I'm not talking about 76. I'm talking about 4. You find a jet in, like, pre-war safes in 4. I think also in 3? I think also in 3? But not sure. You played Caravan with someone? That's so cute. Sorry, Xander, I'm using you for content. Xander playing Caravan with someone, which I never learned how to play and never will. Oh, this is a headcanon based on that retcon. Ah. Yeah, if you want to see more of Xander's incredible Fallout con, what's the word for it? More incredible pictures from Fallout con. Wow! Where is this mask from again? Isn't it a 4 special? We got the Fallout TV show with Linnaeus. Linnaeus is just being a unit. Linnaeus is currently in dialogue right now. Linnaeus is currently in dialogue right now, that's why they look so stilted. They couldn't do anything with their arms. It's tradition, it's Bethesda tradition. Since Oblivion, it's been Bethesda tradition. If you want to see more of Xander's really wonderful vacation pictures in Good Springs, please go to my Discord and go to Media Share. They're right there. Leave someone reacts to them as well. You know, feed the people who feed you. If they make my headcanon canon, they better pay me. Helta. As much as 76 is problematic, I appreciate that. I appreciate Orlando. Orlando gives me so much joy. They did in 76, didn't they? I mean, 4 as well, but especially in 76. I don't know. They still kind of stand like an NPC, but at the very least, they're like real-time cutscenes, which is pretty cool. This is very funny. Wild Wasteland. Woo, woo, woo. I'm glad you had a great deal of fun, Xander. Patrolling the Mojave makes you wish for nuclear winter. Just allow me to look at all these really quickly. Oh, that's a good guy. In the veteran armor. Not even. Is that? I love these helmets. I wish I had a 3D printer. I would love to have a NCR Ranger helmet. It does look like a Monty Python skit. The Legionaries. I had many as Skyrim has the no pause in talking thing. Oh, way earlier then. I had many a convo in it ruined by Sudden Dragon. The guy in the veteran armor made it functional. He shot it with a magnum round before coming to the event. That's really cool. That's really, really cool. I think I need a banana. I know the settlement needs our help. I love Orlando. There was this funny little NB individual, Orlando. I do remember Code Lyoko, but so incredibly little. Does anyone else remember Code Lyoko? Look at this awkward little goober. They are an envoy for the Enclave, which not an Enclave fanboy myself, but I just want to hear them.
I'd go visit.
Management liaison.
Allison talked my ear off.
Look at this funny little fellow.
Hello, darling.
Well, hello,
Pleasure to meet
darling.
another guest of our fine establishment. I am Orlando, your host and management liaison. If you'll pardon me for just one moment, that will be all. Please give my regards to Ms. Rucker. If you are here for leisure, I regret to inform you that our regular resort activities are temporarily unavailable.
I think they turned 76 into like a, I think they turned 76 into a like Turf War kind of game. I'm not sure, but like if you want to unlock like Enclave armor and like items and stuff like that, you help Orlando out, and they're adorable, I think. You're not wrong, Tobias. Look at this little goober, the one in the lower right. Aw, silly Alice. I've been watching Cold Lyoko a bit. I loved Cold Lyoko. The plot is crazy for it. Cold Lyoko. I haven't seen the 3D. Wait. When you say the plot is crazy for it, do you mean like Cold Lyoko getting a live action adaptation? Because that was interesting. My Fallout 76 has no NPCs. That way the devs design... my Fallout 76 has no NPCs. That was the way that the devs designed it, and that's the way it should be played. Slash serious. Slash sarcastic or slash serious? As far as I know, it's this. Oh, rather. That's what I know for slash serious. Oh, sarcastic. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, right. I forgive me. Honestly, they should. Back when the words were force invented, they shouldn't have made serious and sarcastic both start with the letter S. That's the issue. That is the issue. I'm gonna get a banana really quickly. Oh, should I get a cup of peanut butter? We should do a cup of peanut butter. And I can do a Celerity Says today by doing words on stream with buddies. How's that sound? I feel like we assume people are serious unless they say slash S. Fair enough. Blame the Dutch. Curse you, Dutch. Ah, Tobish, I love hearing about roleplays. Study buddy, here's the issue. The great temptation to like host a play-by-post roleplay in my server, but also knowing it would fall apart quick because I have no moderators. No! That's terrible! Peanut butter has become a trigger food for their gastroparesis. Is nothing sacred? Because it's too oily? Study buddy, I'm gonna be back with a banana, and we'll see if that makes me have more energy to continue streaming. Because I don't want to leave you all for 2 days for 2 streams, because I will be going to Offkai, right? I'm gonna be away from keyboard. It's one of my shelf-stable safe foods, but more than a couple spoonfuls make me throw up. I'm a moderator, SMH. You are a moderator and a good one, but also you're up to your neck in work. I don't want to put more effort on you. I'm gonna get a banana. Alright, study buddy, I'm back with a banana and peanut butter. My trigger food is sativa. Or stevia. Is it really? Oh no. I didn't realize stevia could make people sick. I have a banana here. Let me boot up words on stream really quickly. I have a bit of peanut butter. I got on to think about myself. Stevia. Oh, it makes your tummy hurt. That's fair. Absolutely fair. Let me see. Or a bag of sugar-free candy. That would make sense. Hello, Kismet. How have you been? Kismet, we talked about the Fermi paradox and utilitarianism and the utopia built around mulching one baby for 12 years and the Red Queen hypothesis. I wish you were here. Now we're playing cards. Now we're playing words on stream. We'll have a little snack. Oh, I mean, you put on your best for everyone. But my heart aches when I do content that I know someone would have loved and they weren't here. Not that you should be here at all. No great pressure. But, what's the word for it? But like, I'm like, no, my heart. Sugar-free candy's never done that to me, but then again, I'm weak to milk, Tobish, so who am I to judge? Can we do it here? Is it working right now? Is it currently working? Can anyone try? Do I need it? I already did a tail though. No. Critical. Oh, Orion did teal. Very good. Oh, well, it does work. Heck yeah. Yes. What's Orion? Fermi paradox. What's your favorite sub-theory? Mine is that the universe is young and life is still young and we're just the most advanced part. Exactly. Oh, how did I not see that? Good job, Kismet. Acetyl is also really cool. Eat. Have we done eat yet? Oh, it's only 4 letters and above. Casey. Latex is good. Talc is good. The music's too loud for me too. Can I lower the volume? There you go. Yeet? Who did yeet? Alright, before we continue, before we exclamation mark continue, what is my favorite sub-theory in the Fermi paradox? I think that it's the I think what's likely, and it's kind of sad, I guess it's a bit misanthropic, or but it's that every civilization eventually hits a every civilization hits like a point of no return, a bottleneck, which is either sundered the civilizations previous to it, or ascends to an extent for which it is not observable. Therefore, like, we don't have the ability to absorb anyone who's passed that threshold, and everyone else has either died or just ascended, essentially. That's my personal idea. Yeah, I believe in the filter theory. The great filter, even. Which I can tell you for a fact is not the case in most universes. But we at the College of Causality simply do not have the information for Prime Earth. So, your space is still a mystery to us. Let's go. I want to get at least one good one from all of you. Oh, sorry. Ah! Same head, Orion. Sodden! Oh my gosh. You have to be individual, critical. Sood. Oh. You can only use the letters that are available. They must be adjusted. Nude? Nudes? Dunes. What are the useds? Verithia really went for the nude. Kismet got sudden a second ago, barrel. Apologies. Oh, I should move out of the way. Dude, that's very funny. Y'all are giving me an excellent time eating my peanut butter, so I appreciate all of you. Oh, that's not a good idea. There you go. That's better. Desune. Oh, Desu. No shot Desu is one. We didn't have dudes yet? That's silly. Deus is a good one. I hope it goes through. Des. What did we miss? I want to know. Dodds. Nice. Sods. Dang it. This peanut butter is so good, though. I'm having the time of my life eating peanut butter and trying to do word games with all of you. Oh, there is only one game. Den's would have been it. You know, enjoy Return to Moria, Tobias. Yeah, it's a shame it doesn't say what we missed. So, surprising me, not surprising me at all, Critical is killing it in the, in this category. I'm very surprised to be above them over there. Not surprising me at all either, Kismet is also very, very high here. Yeah, you're a Word Hunt Pro. I'm expecting you to win. Next. Verithia's ready! Oh. Hello, Vin. Well, welcome. How are you? Ogre is good. Gore is good! Oh my goodness! Forget is incredible. Well done on Forget. Is Turf not? Oh, it's URF. Forge! Oh my gosh. Study, but you're killing it. Old me got 4 Tor. Gores are gone by Vin, which is an excellent word. Fraught? I hope fraught is a word. Critical. No, Kismet Oldman, Torf only works with a U. T-U or F. The other one is a contraction. Ergot, did you know that was a word going in? Grot. Like a grotto, but short. Get on. Ergo is very good, Verithia. There's still a 5-letter word left. Frog. Ergotramine. Extracted from ergot. Ah, understood. It's only 4-letter words in Appa, Verithia. At the very least, I'm really enjoying this peanut butter. Kismet, and we maintain our spots. I think I also have the time advantage. It doesn't say. It doesn't tell you where they are. We're just stuck wondering. Vin Diesel's my older brother. Good to know. I cannot be distracted this way. I'm sorry, HAIII. I think I'll do like a couple more rounds and then I'm gonna clean up my food and we'll go back to just chatting. I'm getting outsped too many times. We're not gonna be playing this for much longer, Study Buddy. We're just gonna get a little shot. Does caps lock work? Caps lock's fine. Study Buddy. Study Buddy, this cannot be the rest of the stream, isn't it? Family. Thank you for the Celebrity Says, Plink. Ah! I don't understand how you can do just chatting streams, Loki. How do you do it? I suffer through the silences. That's how I do it. That's it. I just go where I'm good at tangents. I just go where the conversation takes me. We went from oh gosh, how did we go from like you see the through line from all our different conversations. They just happen. I let up your competitive streak. Fair enough. What the heck was that? Someone redeemed a Celerity Says, and it was just A's all around. Now we'll continue. Like I know for a fact you could do it. It's just fear, so it's art instead. Shish, shush, gosh. Fishing? How's gosh not a word? Oh, there's no H. There is an H. Gosh. Goshin. It's not fair that they didn't think of the word. Guns is a good one. So it's not just any word. It has a specific idea. Oh, one of these letters is fake. It's the G, right? Shun? Fuss. Shifts. Sushi's very fun. Finish? Oh, I'm missing an I for that. Fins. Oh, fins. Vin already got fins. Fossin. Infuses. Sunfish. Why did infuses not work? I guess it's like somewhere between 5 and that number. I'm going down around here. I'm going down. Shine would have been nice. Got nothing. Yeah, critical beat me out by two words. G was a fake letter, Verithia. I learned after a hot second. Thank you for the follow, Vin. Leaf. Nani gaski karameru yorimo natta. You're the only person who's asked that, Vin, and I'm offended, study buddy. How could you? How cruel. No one else asked me what I ski. Fella's cute. Flea is very good, Orion. Also, remember, when you're locked, you have to wait until the lock unlocks you to do another word. Cell. Oh, cell's fake. S is fake. Ale. Oh, what's Elon? Kismet, you're throwing spaghetti at the walls here. What's Elon? You might actually get all. Oh, the letters also have their own values as well, so more with F's. Do we not already have cell? It doesn't look like anal's on here either. Flan is good. Kismet at 105. Goodness gracious. I'm crashing out. So fair. Elon means euphemism. Oh my goodness, you're incredible. Kismet gets the big words. Not even the big words as well, the obscure ones. Good golly. Beware the fake letter and the hidden letter. Maybe I should get a shot. Prune is good. I think N's fake. Oh no, N's here. Oh, right. I'm dumb. What does it have in common? I'm just gonna throw something at the wall. Hunger means one of those letters are wrong. Prod. Nice try, Vin. Prod. Gerp. Hunger doesn't work because one of those letters are wrong. Might be the HAIII. Grunge? No. I want to know what the hidden letter is. We were really caught lacking, huh? Or is it a U? Or no, U and E are fine. R? Is R the fake? No, we have R here too. Unpaid? I'm just throwing words out that feel right. Lunge. Lunge. Nice. Lure. Lure. Oh, it's all fives! Oh my gosh, I didn't realize how short they were. Plunger is very good. Those last ones are pretty killer. There it is. Good game, everyone. I'd hate to get off now. I'd hate to get off now because one more round. One more round. We'll do one more round just to justify the people who went on their PCs to play this game. All right, level 1. Here. Wait. Read. Oh, I have to hide my things. Hope people don't get them. Reader is good. Woolman got my read. Is aired not a word? Reared is very good, Riscoplexo. Dearer. Rared. Sure, I'll take it. Is aired not a word? Or is it just a 4-letter word I didn't do right? Oh. No fair, Kismet, that was mine! How dare. Dreer. Dreer is very good. That's a very clean word. This is your second language, Oldman. Maybe your third, because you know more than one, like, Indian language. That's incredible. I'm third, Oldman is second. Critical is fourth, and Kismet is first. Vin also got 10 points. Varithia got 4. Fluffy got 4, and Risco got 7. Your fourth language, and you're still getting words like that? Goodness gracious. There's no E. Locked. Contact. Two, 4, 1, 10. Taco's very good, Vin. 2, 4, 1, 10. Octant. Yeesh. We're just putting random words down now. Coat. Oh, Frisco got coat. I also did Octane, Vin. Nocta is very good. Cant. What? C-O-A-N-T. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just trying to put letters together. Gosh darn it. You know, as far as words go, it's not the worst one that could have been. Vin cleared myself and Oldman to get to point 2. They can't clip it if it's already gone. Still hates women. I didn't say that. Hey, are you saying that as a queer individual I can't say that word? To serve it? Are you gatekeeping how I'm queer, Varithia? Are you gatekeeping how I'm queer? See, Varithia, see, critical sounds with me. I fold. Move on. Continue. There we go. Alright, next round. I do get streamer's advantage, though. One of these letters are fake. Gore. Rain. Nice. I think the H might be wrong. Ignore is very good. I think the H is... Noir? Noir doesn't work? Maybe this way? Iron is very good. Maybe it's the eye that's not right. No, the eye's definitely here. It's the Aish. Oh, it just took me late. There's some lag in the game now. Rihanna. DDM already got green. Hone is a great word, but the H is wrong. I wrote Noir with an E at the end, so I'm a fool. Orion, I'm just a fool. Don't mind me. Ergo, we're getting some old words again. Giro. Rion. Rion. Goin. Goin. Yoin. Aeon. Gurn. Goer is very good. Rain. Another rain in. I'm dropping like a fly. I'm fifth. We all got a bit of a delay, Risco. Good. Pine. Pin. Oh. Weird. Very, very weird. Pings. I need another word. Pond. Ponds. Might be the L. Godish. Sopping. Wow. Poise. Points. The D is fake. I love the call out from Critical. Poses. Did we find the hidden letter war yet? Pine. Is it the S? People are saying the D. I'm gonna be so shocked. We're not getting it. Look at that. The D is wrong, and there's an H. Fish. Siphon. Slightly away. We have 5 seconds. Hopping. Shopping. Oh, we're at. That's it. Dang, level 16 is really cruel. That's all right. We did a great deal. We were we tried our best. Take care, Risco. Be well. Me too, DDM and Vorothea. Any reward? Well, not really. We just sort of did this on a whim. I don't know. If we did a reward, what would you want, Kismet? Kismet. Gohan ni suru? Ofro ni suru? Soretomo watashi? Do we do another one? Do we do another one? You get a virtual hug from me, 5-inch distance. Oh, that's a pretty good reward. You get a hug from Varithia. The reward is we gotta do this test before Celerity deploys it at breaks. You all play Tetris in 10 minutes? No worries. Enjoy yourself. Be well, Critical. Thank you so much for popping in. Guess we're just gonna... Alright, I'm gonna close out of this. Meow. Hi everyone, how are you doing? You know, eating just made me more sleepy. I don't have stream on Friday, DDM. I don't know if I told you. I'm gonna be going away for a week, and I'll be back on today of next week. I'll be coming back on Wednesday. You've got to head out. How dare you? How dare you destroy all of us and leave? Lighthearted joke. And you enjoy yourself. Thank you so much for coming in, Kismet. It's good to see you whenever you do. No pressure if ever, but it's nice. Myron. Myron's a companion? What? Hello, 4th hour study buddy. Good night, celerity study. Sleep well, Oldman. Thank you so much for coming in. Sleep well, sleep well. A week. My mornings are ruined for a week. I'll be back on Wednesday. I'll be in California. Berthia. No, Friday. I hope you have a lovely time off. Thank you very much. It's technically not time off, actually. I think technically it's my first work trip, if we think about it like that. I'm gonna go to an expo. I'm gonna learn about how to be a VTuber. I'm gonna learn about, like, ASMR culture, and I'm gonna learn about, navigating taboos and smutty stuff on stream and all that such. Wind. That sounds dope. Have fun. Thank you very much. I love to stay, but tutoring obligations so fair, Kismet. Salute. Would you play Date Everything, Cell? I've got a lot of Cell plays on my plate, actually. Let me take a look at them really quickly, so I don't like make any don't overpromise. Manage reward requests. So Orion, even though I'm gonna finish the game later, you would say that I gave Starry Flowers a fair shake. So I'm gonna check that as completed. I have blueprints from from Null. I have XCOM. I have Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri, Pacific Drive, and Words on Stream, which now Fluffeth has been completed. It's not a question. I did it. I'm gonna play it again probably in July. I'm gonna try to pin a down for it. But I without a doubt did it. To navigate it. I'm a say-so VTuber, but I need to know, like, just to make sure, you know? If you get any good insights, please share. Of course, of course, but it's more just like a VTuber party and schmoozing event than it is that stuff. Also, I hope to see Doki Beard. I hope to see Doki Beard and Mochi V and Kuro. Are they dating? Are Mochi V and Kuro dating? I hope they are. Not that we should ship real people at all. There's no specific information about they have a close relationship and can talk directly though. I would love to know. It's none of my business. Everyone's gonna be an off guy. Yeah, apparently so. I'm free most Mondays. Just a question of time management. I mean, come July, we'll be. What we'll do, AE, since June is Pride, it's Gay Pride. We'll do it for July for Gay Wrath, right? Like maybe the 7th or the 14th, or earlier, sooner than later. So I still owe blueprints, which honestly I dig. I'm really excited to do myself. It's just a matter of getting it, because no, I think we're not family anymore. I think we don't have family sharing on anymore. You know, I have a game that I would like to try out, actually. I actually have a game that I'm willing to pivot to very briefly. Just if only, not the pad. It's a good game. It's a game worthy of your attention. It's called Squishy Pastries. I just gotta reinstall it. I've never played this before, but was given it, Slurry says, 14 days ago, and I would like to give it a shot. I would like to give it a fair do. I hope this isn't Blink going to dox me. So Squishy Pastries is a game, developed actually by Chatter Superplink. They're a co-roar. They're pretty cool. I want to give it a shot. If Wrath comes after Pride, then tell me when we get Sloth. Oh my gosh, I would love like just a paid vacation for all queer people. Gay Sloth. Video will hopefully be off my plate by then, but given that I'm debating a partner push, I still have no clue when I'd have free time. Fair enough. And also I need to finish those 2 other animatics. I don't think we are, yeah. So I don't know how I'm gonna get it, but I will have to. Take over with you. Thank you so much for coming in. What a novel little thing. Pardon me, study buddy, while I adjust. Oh, I can't adjust it while I'm over here. Chanan. Oh, it fits perfectly. Oh, that's lovely. Squishy Pastries by... And we need the game capture as well. Yeah, so this is the game that Plink coded. We're gonna give it a shot. Credits. Super Plink! Plink, if you're here. Hi, Plink. They might be lurking. We'll give them some love. I'll only accept a vacation if I get pause time for the... If I get to pause time for the week. What if it's a work vacation? Or a work trip? Our consultant Artlands. Look at that. Cute little thing. Is there music? Show off PS, GUI scale, master volume. Doesn't appear that there is. Oh, is it alternate is it alternate physics? What's the word for it? Alternate physics Suica game? I could be here forever. Uh-oh. Well, I know that this is actually the optimal move. I know that up to a certain point, it's actually more optimal to just spam than it is to because things settle eventually. Like with real life, things tend to settle after a while. We have a dog-shaped donut right here. I miss Suica so much, AE. What would qualify as that? I don't know, like going to another state to like go to a conference for VTubing and all that such. I would argue that that counts as a work trip. I miss the Suica phenomenon so much. I miss games. I wish they were more easy to chat over games. I guess people were doing it with blueprints, but it's not necessarily the same thing. This is so cute. The physics is very nice. You should be very proud of yourself. What's the highest goal? What's the biggest one? That'd be my one criticism. I would like to know what the biggest pastry I can get is, so I can scream it when I do. As of right now, I have no reference for. I got a. What's the word for it? I got a pumpkin pie. It looks like. Let me see. Oh, I got a free... Oh, study buddy, you can buy it right here. It's $1 if you want to have something like sort of cute to play over. The goal of squishy pastries is to get as high of a score as possible by containing pastries of each type. The larger the pastry, the more points for combining them. Each of the pastries has a soft body, so they're squishy. If any of the pastries leave the wooden box for more than 5 minutes, 5 seconds, the game is over. More information. I want to know what's the biggest one. I'm DMing Plink right now. Plink. I'm playing Squishy. What is the Suika of Squishy? I don't have the money and will not go up there for risk of being recognized. Fair enough. You grew so fast if you think about it, you know. Most people don't feel, or rather, like the worst people found you by the time you grew to a certain size. Because if you think about it, right, like the fear of like being recognized in public and stuff like that, that's where the majority of OPSEC goes. Realizing you need a super big suitcase. Here's the thing, Xander. I am very proud of myself. I'm the super high school level packer, apparently. You do know this game, Plink. Do you know who the wonderful person who made it is? Plink, what is the Suika? What is the biggest one? I need to know. Is it indeed the pumpkin pie? Or the pumpkin tart? It's the big cake. Is it this one? Is it this big cake, or is there one even bigger than that? I do like that it's soft rather than hard, though. I do like how there's like so much shift. I think it solves a problem that I have with a Suika game where like bubbling, it really minimizes bubbling in that way. There's 3 more? Goodness gracious! All right, study buddy, we gotta really lock in here. We spam because things sort out when they do, up until we get to the point. We spam until they sort themselves out, see? That is the way you do Suika as well. It's packed really well. I got 3 pants and shorts, 2 vests, plus a hat, and a cape. And a cape! Fair enough. I guess my biggest achievement in packing was I fit so much stuff into a makeup bag. I sent Midas this image this morning in Triumph, but is there anything doxing here? No. I just shoved so much into this tiny little quart-sized bag for the airport, right? I'm pretty proud of my super packing here because look how tight everything looks. I think it's very funny. These are now filled with liquid, by the way. I would never jeopardize national security or anything, but like, I think I'm not playing in the spirit of the 311 rule. That's good. Thank you very much. I also have 3 pairs of pants, one of them which I'll be wearing. I'll be wearing my Doc Martens the entire time. I have a skirt in there. I have a mesh top. I have a skirt in there. I have 5 tops in there. A pajama bottom and a pajama top. And 2 pajama tops. Oh, sorry, 2 pajama bottoms and 2 pajama tops. I packed very well, I think. Allow me to brag about it. Please brag! This is your game! I'm fulfilling it for Celerity Says. Because I hadn't had the chance yet. You did do the physics engine very, very well. I imagine this from scratch. Like, you baked this all from your heart. You're gonna look so cute. Yeah, but I try not to be so specific about how I'm dressed. Honestly, if no one recognized me while I was an off guy, I'd appreciate that. Like, I'm still, like, this is probably the biggest risk I've taken as a VTuber yet. Ooh. Ooh. If they're squishy, they will touch. Yes, we got a pie. Oh, actually, the lack of bubbling makes this game so much more nice. It's all made from scratch. Scared for you, honestly. No, that's all right. I mean, like, unlike you, I have 0 online presence aside of what I've just built just now. So, luckily, fingers crossed, and hopefully for me, we have no great issue. Because, like, what are they going to point out? What are they gonna point out, actually? But also, yeah, thank you for being scared of me. Terribly jealous, but hope you're safe. I'll try my best to be safe. It's also completely deterministic, so the same input will always lead to the same output. Really? So is there only one sequence, or is the sequence randomized as well? I love this. I love how they sound like jiggly bowls. I love how they sound like they're made of, like, not rubber, but like foam, you know? It sounds, the way it sounds is the way that, like, foam collides. See, look. This is the Suika way. A little clip there, but who's never clipped before? I used a balloon sound effect for that. It's almost poppy, you're absolutely right. The sequence is random, but the physics is not based on frame rate. You know what? We can turn frame rate on. Oh, whoops. Misclick. I guess it doesn't matter, but... I can't see my mouse, though. Can I... Oh, shucks. What have I done? There we go, back to normal. Show FPS. Max FPS, 60. I'm surprised I'm running at 60. It'll run more or less the same physics updating updates per frame depending on the frame rate. So if I get this, like, to super high, right, at risk of blowing out my graphics card, could I do that? Oh yeah, I am a super packer. I've only I make it my express desire to do most, if not all of my traveling with a personal item and a duffel bag. It is my goal in life to be able to do that while also having killer outfits. I hope I did decent. I hope I did decent. Oh, there you go. Oh, what's going on here, though? Oh. Oh, I think I'm like Icarus flying too close to the sun. I'm getting too close to this. I miss Suika. I miss the age of Suika so much, AE, you don't even know. I miss how simple it was while simultaneously... Oh, sorry, I need to let a cat in. You know what? Give me a second to put away my peanut butter scraps and then let in the cat. Oh, wrong one. Turns out if you make a game from scratch, it's easier to optimize. So true. What if I made... I wish I had the clout to make this the next Suika game. I know Suika game's moment is over, but I miss it. I do think it's funny that you used to be the one who valued privacy a lot more. Well... I have something to say about it, but I think it's too... I don't think it's appropriate to say. And also, like, none of this is your fault as well, so, like, I don't think, like, we can measure each other like that, you know? Like, I think with that, there was the implication of, like, one of us tried more or less to, like, keep our lives private and all that such, and I'm agoraphobic, let's be perfectly honest, so I wouldn't have left if not for, I would not have gone if not for other circumstances as well. 'Cause I'm also a big baby, and I hate being seen in public as well. But if I'm gonna be in public, I'm gonna be in style. Oh goodness! Oh good! Oh shucks, they're separated. No, I feel like Suki game was such a simpler time. I don't know what it is. It does look like the shapes get a little bit bigger. Spamming randomly is actually not a very good, what's it for? For a long time, you were just very serious that I would be the only VTuber buddy you'd ever, meet, lol. And, which I find to switch funny. I mean, that's fair, right? No apologies. It's I don't want to hurt your feelings. I'm not. My feelings aren't hurt. I just like. I think the reality of the situation is a little bit different. But to correct would be to like trivialize your very real experience, and I don't want to do that. Enjoy your lurk, Zelna. Honestly, I would like. Thinking. I don't know what it's gonna be like to meet these people, right? And when I say these people, I don't want to be like particularly rude. I'm just like, I am still convincing myself it's a good idea, even after having gotten the tickets, even after having gotten the things that I'm going to be participating in. Even now, I'm struggling to believe that it's a good idea. Oh, the balloon sounds are very, very good. I would be surprised if I did anything like this again. No! The squeeze was enough. 45-35. Quiet, Plink. Stacking on top of each other is totally a great idea. Well, I don't know. What's your highest score, Plink? Like, I had a tiny crash out. I had a tiny what am I doing crash out at the beginning of June, when I was like kind of at my not worst. Look at that. I had a tiny crash out about like being perceived in public and now having I'm gonna delete them all once this trip is done, but having had emails in my no cat. Having emails in my my inbox with legal documents in them. I was like, how am I gonna recover? Among other things. I don't know, like not cat, for real, on God. I do have a kitty in here, the one I've been raising for the past couple of weeks. Actually, if you were in my Discord a couple of days ago, I did do a kind of work stream, kind of like a quiet stream, and in it, Cat kept going to the frame. Cute thing. Like, I wonder if this is too grim to talk about. I was thinking a lot about like being a creator. Oh, nice. I was thinking a lot about being a creator when I bought the tickets. Right, and there's a lot of onus on me to make this not only fun, but to like make something good out of it, I suppose. Ooh. Like, I think, for me, in a way, like, going on this trip is an affirmation or, like, a test of my dedication to, continuing on creating and such like that. Right? Like, I bought the tickets during Burnout a couple of months ago. And I essentially asked myself, like, thank you for the head pats, Orion. I bought the tickets, not at all famous Arrow. I bought the tickets while I was in Burnout, and I thought, you know, the way in movies, a grand gesture of love can do a lot for passion. And because there'd be a lot of people of my level or greater over there, I wanted to, like, not necessarily convince myself, but I was like, if I want to be serious about engaging in this thing, not only for my college, but also possibly as a career, I thought, like, it might be nice to go to where all of the VTuber creators sort of connect and learn together, and see people who are notorious in the space speak to their experiences, while also Shindig is gonna be there. I really, really hope I'm gonna be able to catch their stream, because they're going to be making an overlay, quote unquote, of the con, right? Like, they're gonna make an overlay out of the con, and I think Shindig's is one of, like, they have a lot of clout. I haven't seen, like, their, like, for me it is a work trip, right? And they have a lot of clout. I'm not sure about, like, the individuality, but I know that Shindig is an incredible entertainer, right? It is apparent to anyone who watches Shindigs that they have an incredible amount of skill. Ooh! I want to see if I can minimize this over here. They have an incredible amount of skill in terms of virality, in terms of moment to moment being interesting, and utilizing the skills that they've got. And I think that's something that I lack, and something that I hope to have my eyes opened to me when I go over there. Pardon the queer dance hall. What's the word for it? Virality? Hey, yo. Yeah. I don't know. I hope I'm not going for the wrong reasons. I know it's mostly for fun and a celebration of VTubing, but part of me wants to, like, go to affirm to myself that I belong in this space. Does that make sense? I'm getting too sensitive. I'm getting too personal. Is that the person who shouts out people doing technically creative stuff on Twitter? That's the same person. And also, they themselves are incredibly technically creative. Right? That person themselves is also, like, they've at several points, like, used TTS and their moving chat, their very active chat, to do things like pull a papers, please, through scrubbing, like, chatter information. And that's really, really, really cool. Like, they've essentially coded games into their stream. Doing so. I would love to, I doubt I'm gonna get a second with them by themselves, but I would love to just, like, see how their brain works. And let's be honest, as much as we love each other, Study Buddy, as much as we love each other, other content creators, Arrow, AE, everyone, we don't watch everything of each other. I think I was going to talk about this earlier about offices and captive audience. How for me it was a lot easier to work on some things, or to work on writing essentially is the main thing. It was much easier to work on those things. And I watched nearly everything of you. My 10-minute talks even? Because I would argue that's like that's most of them. Fair enough. I guess I get the appeal of where all these names are, big names are. But something about it kind of makes me feel off. How do you mean, Beryl? I would love to hear your opinion, because I want to know how I'm being perceived right now. I don't want to come off as a money and number hungry fiend. In fact, quite the opposite, right? I think I need to give something more to validate myself as a member of the space. And I'm hoping to find whatever that is in HAIII. Whoa, let's not get Sarah social. You can't come off as a money hungry fiend. It's Pride Month, not Greed Month. Very fair. I know the opposite isn't true, but I enjoy and care to support you. And thank you very much, HAIII. But to the larger point, right? When I worked at the office, it was a lot easier to say lurk in people who were streaming from 4 to 6 and all that such. When I would work a desk for the tutoring center, I would be able to leave a lurk at Natu stream or Arrow stream or Static stream every now and then, while I was also at the same time working on TTRPGs or stuff like that, essentially until something secretarial was put on my plate. I found that lacking that time has been very punishing to my general productivity. Lacking the captive time where I must be sat at a desk not on working on VTuber stuff, so I could work on my own private endeavors in terms of art and all that such. How do I say this? Has harmed my non-VTubing creative pursuits, because for example, my role plays, right? I actually have a text RP with AE, and I only did I even respond today? I responded yesterday, and I was halfway through a response this morning. And aside of all the additional duties I have for the college on different times now inside of the office work and streaming stuff, that was the only time I meaningfully had bandwidth to do those responses. So I miss having time where I was on call but not necessarily working. That's the thing you love about an office job. An office job is a lot of idle time, or an office job is a lot of idle time, or a lot of time between being valuable. And sure, being valuable could be really, really stressful when all of a sudden I had to reschedule however many individuals because the tutor in question was off fighting a revolution, or was currently frozen in Carbonate. And we'd book them months in advance, but Cloud City just waits for nobody. So Rogues 101 was paused for a minute. So in all that time, it can be stressful a lot, but at the same time, if I had to choose between an office job and retail, as I've done in the past, and even food and what's the word for it? Between food and what's the word? Between food and sales, I'd prefer the office job 100%. I don't think they're squishy enough. I feel like I need to put them here. Now I'm thinking with strategy in mind. Because I would have loved to get that down there, but I was not convinced that the pretzel was squishy enough to slide past this dog roll. I give anything to have time in general. Fair enough. I don't think you'd go there with the majority of your reason just to network with people, but I don't like the feeling of having to go where the big names are just to feel like you belong. It's a weird form of indirect gatekeeping to me. me gatekeeping myself or the community gatekeeping me? Because I recognize that it's entirely my mental illness. Like plenty of incredibly notable creators are not going to HAIII, right? Like, I think Niji Sanjo was blacklisted, so I can't speak to them. But like, how do I say this without like diminishing the people who are there? Because that's not fair to them. I would have loved to see Flayon. I would have loved to see Flayon, and it breaks my heart that the Hollow Stars collab is not going to have them. So that's okay. But like, there are plenty of people who aren't like big names who are going there, who aren't going there as well, and there are plenty of big names there. Mint is going to be there. I think unfortunately the ASMR course or the ASMR expo panel and the Mint one are gonna be at the same time, so I'm gonna stay for the ASMR one. Like it is not the VTuber communities by any means, and in fact the VTuber community, quote unquote, is a big misnomer. When we talk about the VTuber community in that way, we're talking about like traditional idol culture style of VTubers plus shindigs. We're talking about people who borrow from the corporate tradition of all that space and all that such, right? We're talking about people who and it's very narrow, right? There are plenty of successful VTubers who just don't happen to be in that space, right? There are I rewatched a video by Neuralities recently. I would qualify them as a PNG tuber, a PNG tuber, video essayist, and they're incredible. I rewatched a couple of their videos this morning, and I really adore them. I don't think they're going, and you don't need to be in the idol space to be a meaningful VTuber either. Just because that's the tradition that I want to go into, which is why HAIII has some appeal to me, where it might not for other serious VTubers, but those who don't fall into this tradition. I can see why. Like ultimately, it is entirely self-imposed. So I don't want to act as though to be a real VTuber you must go to HAIII. That is not the case at all. But for myself, I felt the need. I feel like it's hard to talk around this, and I suppose my feelings being different now might help assuage some fears. I bought the tickets when I thought I was going to quit VTubing. Everything had been so poor in terms of numbers and in terms of like what I was trying to accomplish. Not only just like the raw numbers, but also like engagement was going pretty low, so I felt a lot more lonelier. I was grinding a lot of stuff. I was grinding my videos. I was grinding my content and not maintaining those good friendships that you need to have in this space in order to survive in here. I bought the HAIII tickets when I thought, okay, so this is it's go here and see how you can clean up your act, or find another way to build a cult. Find another way to build a cult, and just continue with your life. Just continue forming up, and because there are faster ways to make a cult than make one online. Right. So I made an incredibly bad financial decision in a hard time of my life. And my going is I want to get value out of it because this is the consequence of my crash out. We're going to off-kai for morale, essentially. And I'm glad that since then, I've had my debut, my proper debut. A lot of things have happened between my buying the tickets and my going now, right? I had my debut. I was able to meaningfully present this wonderful piece of art by Marky. I was able to collaborate with Half Enlightened and Archivist toward the creation of my animatic, and I had a proper cover mixed and released. Midas was in one of my what's the word for it? It was a voice actor in my work. So like a lot has changed between where I was when I bought the tickets and now. Cover was peak. Thank you, Deadfire. So it is in part to feel real, right? Or at least the intention when buying the tickets was in part to feel real. And now, like, Arrow. And now, like, where I am in terms of my content creation, I'm like, well, if I don't go to off-kai, then what was the plane ticket and the all that such? And, you know, there will be people I will be meeting there that I'm looking forward to meeting there. There will be a lot of fun. I don't know. I don't know whether I should be this open about the inside of my brain when it comes to content creation stuff, because I know it can be unseemly or unsightly. I get very, very nervous about, like, what's going on in all y'all's brains now about, like, my security or lack thereof with my craft and what I build and what I do. It's only unsightly if your community isn't built to handle a realness. I think that it is not incumbent on a community to handle the creator's crash out. Right, Arrow? I do think there are more mature communities out there who are able to meaningfully withstand or interact with themes like this. I think that there are lots of it's not necessarily about like, I don't think it's incumbent on a creator's community, especially one so small, and especially when they get large, to handle the creator's crash outs. That's true, but discussing your thought process on content creation isn't a crash out. What happened a few weeks ago was the crash out. Months ago, actually. I think I bought the tickets before 2022, if the boat tickets were even being sold then. Time is an illusion, indeed. I love to hear about it since it's not about content creating for me. I've been thinking about the concept of belonging to something. And you know what? Is VTubing something you want to belong to? I tell this to AE a lot, but like, he's not missing out for being like a Western cartoon style VTuber with some anime aspects to them. Like, sure, there's no inherent VTuber incest buff, right? As Kura might have said in the past, a lot of VTuber content is just incestuous in that it's content mill that goes towards itself. It's like, VTuber content, despite being as broad as it is, tends to also go the way of, like, the way that Marvel people will stick to their circles, or the way that, like, TTRPG creators will all stay in their circles, right? It's so weird being a model and not being a trad VTuber. Like, you're one as well, right, Arrow? Right? Like, you're not a traditional VTuber either. You are a TTRPG creator first, who streams in their like off time as for fun and also for content, but for fun. Like, you haven't yet demonstrated the trappings of a JP inspired VTuber, and that's fine. In fact, I would argue that you both, Archivist and Arrow Writes, are people who are more successful than me. for being different and for using what is uniquely their own skills than trying to fit a mold. We've talked about it before about how the only real thing stopping me from needing someone to hold my hand, guide me, and inform me navigating the space. I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna leave off-Kai. Maybe I'm gonna leave off-Kai better off. You know? Maybe I'll leave off-Kai with a kind of confidence that can bring you into the fold, HAIII, if that's something you're interested in. I don't know. I was thinking about our stream together on Monday, HAIII, and that was the most fun I've had VTubing in ages. And I mentioned this to you on the verge of tears in our DM, in our like call afterwards, that Monday was the most meaningful VTubing stream I've had. Not that I have other streams aside of VTubing streams, but was the most meaningful stream that I've had in a great deal of time. And it wasn't in the trappings of traditional JP-inspired VTubing. You've asked me multiple times. I've connected you to people. They're like, I've connected you to people in the VTuber space before. I brought you to people who have, I would say, like, adjacent niches or like wonderful stuff, but you also have your own thing, and you're absolutely fair. The masculine urge to have a homie hold your hand and whisper affirmations, only a real man would trust someone like that. So true. I think of it. I changed my name since those Minecraft hardcore times now because I thought it was a better way of to enter a space inspired by you and Midas as well. Beryl, would you remind me what your old name was? I need to see if like my hypothesis is correct. Ah, fair enough. No, yeah. I think that's very sweet. I think that's very sweet of you to like see how like to best fit in the space and belonging, but I also think that you didn't have to do that as well, but also it's flattering that you did for the sake of the communities that you wanted to like star in and impose in. This is a cookie. What is this middle one, Plink? Like twice, I don't know, like, what you desired from, the connecting, right? Like, I don't necessarily have a lot of clout myself, I just have buddies. Yeah, what's the one after? So the one after cookie is pretzel. What's the one after pretzel? It's a pasty pretzel. No, the one after pretzel. The flat one with the round thingy. Like when I think of like my most notorious individuals. When I think about the people like this one, what's this one? Blink. Cupcake. Ah. I would love to have like a circle over here. I can't. Not often do I have the dev in my thing, so I should be less picky. Like to have like the wheel would be pretty cool over here. I guess, but that'd be too Suika-like, maybe. Not to mention nobody knows what the Suika fruits are. It took a long while for people to get there. I use the name in too many things, and if I wanted to start, I'd rather use something fresh. Well, honestly, Beryl, if you get into VTubing and creating, absolutely fair. The dog one is a cinnamon roll. And that's a donut. I think this is a pumpkin pie. I didn't think about that. Like, if I were to like rank or put up like the people who like I think are the most notorious people I know. I know a lot of big VTubers by virtue of like 1 degree of separation, but me personally, no. I would argue that you are one of the big VTubers I know, HAIII. Okay, but have you considered that only the weak have friends? For this dark amulet I found, I can give you all the power you ever wished for. I know the deal. I've dealt with plenty what's the word for it? I've dealt with plenty dark amulet. I want to feel like my presence is acceptable in the mainstream VTubing space. I don't want to be an outsider. I don't want to immediately be written off. I want to engage in things VTubers are supposed to engage in without rejection. Oh, so I only know of these rejections in private, though, is the issue, right? Like, I absolutely think you could still do a VTuber style or JP style cover if you wanted to do. Like, what things do you feel like unable to do as a Western creator that you wish you could as a Eastern inspired creator? Because, like, how much am I able to say about your experience, AE, with regards to this? Because, this is, like, kind of like an A-B conversation, right? Like, when I talk about, like, I'm talking about, like, the off-Kai trip and all that such, and, there's a lot of, like, private stuff that I'd be willing to talk about, too, if you're able to, but I don't want to, like, put out if it's not, like, appropriate or not something that you'd want to. Because I guess it's my prerogative as, like, the streamer to speak on, like, my experience with, or my fear of, with regards to all the off-Kai stuff. And, like, how my agoraphobia is telling me to bow out as quickly as possible, even as my bag is already packed. Depends on what, really. A fair bit of what I've spoken to, at least what I've spoken to vaguely on public. I guess, like, the crab mentality in VTuber spaces and like the work in trying to build is that a loss? Dang it. And the work in trying to collaboration and the results of that. Alright, we're gonna try doing this slow. We're gonna try to do this as intended. Yeah, I've spoken to that stuff in vague terms. So, and you've never given me names, so I can't call anyone out. So, like, there was a frustration. They're very bouncy now that I'm not spamming it. Now that I'm looking at, like, the way they actually work, it's kind of scary. Like, you've talked in the past about how, like, you've tried to collaborate with people you respected, and how many of them won't give you the time of day until they see your numbers, which is, like, that's so JP inspired VTuber, but also, like, just content creator in general. Like, the content creators who, like, aren't willing to do anything with you unless, like, you can meaningfully push them forward. That crab mentality is kind of disgusting. I think it's something a lot of us do, even still, like, what's the word for it? Subconsciously, but even still, in and of itself, is an ugly thing. And it's the kind of thing where I'm like, it'd be nice to collaborate with them, and for whatever reason they'd not, like, be interested in you, whether it be for art or for politics or for anything like that. I think you're better off without them. It's insane the number of people who started giving me the time of day the moment I started seeing 50+ averages. Exactly! Right? And honestly, those people are snakes. Those people aren't people worth interacting with, but the loss of them still stings, right? That they were at some point inaccessible to you stings. So like when I hear stuff like that, I wonder why you want to be, if that's endemic of the VTuber space, why you'd want to be there in the first place, right? Like I myself, I'm actually like I'm like very, very bad at socializing. I am very, very poor at like maintaining friendships online because I'll fixate and gravitate towards the same 3 satellites and not move because I'm comfy. And I don't go out of my way to like network, quote unquote, very much. I was very, very pleased and excited when Mamor or Momonori, who also had been through a very recent like VTubing, like wanting to meet new people, reached out to me and we did a collaboration together. That was a very, very sweet collaboration. I really loved picking their brain there. It reminded me of the stuff I did with Susa and all that such. I don't have like a specific litmus for who I collaborate with or with not. Generally, if I meet you through like a chatter, I tend to like see you as a chatter until like I don't know, something changes. Like I get very, very nervous about getting close to people because I'm very, very scared of like, I had a moderator in the past who got overly close and almost made me quit streaming by virtue of how uncomfortable and how small I felt in my own stream. So I'm just not a social person entirely. Which is why, Celerity, are you going to off-Kai? I asked myself the same question! Ooh. Dang nabbit. We'll put the cupcake here. This is for... Of course, a million cupcakes start growing now that I've done this. Like, the people who are like you're interacting with aren't necessarily even like mainstream VTubers or like JP inspired VTubers. If they are, I can't imagine if they're coming to you for that, like, not to be cruel to myself and to other creators on my level, but like if they're gunning for you for that bump, right? Like, can they meaningfully contribute something to you? I'm gonna close the door now that the cat's left. And it hurts not being able to like make a friend of someone because they're a bigot, but at the end of the day, they're a bigot, so I hope that alleviates the hurt and we can digest it. I think a fair bit of it is, thank you, Orion. I think a fair bit of it is desire for approval and to fit in. And we're all prone to that. I suppose. I don't know, like, so much of what you've told me in the past, I guess I don't know how much of it is, like, leftist punk fronting and how much of it is sincere, but, like, a lot of what you tell me is, like, you like being transgressive, you like being different, you like being... What's the word for it? It is important to you that, and I suppose fitting in those spaces is important, right? That makes sense why it would be... It makes sense to why you'd want to fit in with punks and people who have like backbones and spirit and all that such. But like, honestly, a lot of VTubers, sincerely, a lot of VTubers, they are snakes. I've had to remind myself that occasionally people aren't coming to me sincerely, they're just trying to use me. And that, I want to be surrounded by similarly ambitious people. I mean, that goes that, right? And like, I think ambition in and of itself is a good thing, but like the lengths that like some VTubers will go, they aren't really vetted, right? Like the people I've shown you were people who I believe want to do something big, whether or not they're taking the steps to do it, but like they're people who want to make something out of this thing as well, right? Or people who are trying to have fun but also would love to glow up, and they put like their all into their creation when they can. And like those are the people who I think are worth interacting with. Like it's not, it's like it's I want to fit in, not because I want to be a legitimate VTuber in my eyes, right? Because everything I do, I want to do it seriously. And this is where I started. This is where I wanted to go from. And oh whoops. Oh whoops. I forgot my train of thought. Like, I hope I'll find people who are similarly ambitious, people who want to make something out of themselves, people who are working very, very hard and grinding in their own ways. And if I meet anyone like that, I'll be sure to let you know. But like, not for lack of trying have I not like shared other VTubers to you. It's just that maybe this is me gatekeeping. I'm like, are they worthy of you? There are absolutely people around me who have ambition that I respect, love those people, and there's a lot of them that I have not done a good job with keeping up with an account for how hectic my life has been. But honestly, the majority of folks with ambition I respect do not respect me, and it makes me ask who, right? That's what makes me so curious. Like, who is it? Who is this person who's charmed my AE so deeply that the rejection stings like this? I sing a song of past romance. I say na 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 da 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 da. This is the epic the musical brain rot doesn't leave me, no matter how hard I try. Oh. We're building 2 gutters here. Put this here and put that here. No! Your physics! Your physics! You and your physics, blink! How dare you! Another one who's epic brain wanted. Yeah. That should have worked, Blink! That should have worked! Is this why this was a celerity plays? I should change this to games and demos, I suppose. And this is squishy pastries. I got a lot of folks begging me to introduce them to my friends, and I want folks to be begging my friends to introduce them to me. I don't get any of that. But then again, I don't talk to a lot of people. Like, oh my gosh, I want you to touch so bad. Yes! That's why I love this game. Plink, you're an amazing developer. I love that I can do that. I love how I can tap them together with a bounce. This is the game of the year, or Study Buddy. I don't know if you've played Squishy Pastries before. Cell, I've had over a dozen people beg me to introduce them to you. No. But I've never had someone beg me to introduce them to someone else, period. Right? I think very, very recently I've had my first time someone ask me to communicate something to Midas. But everyone else has been very, very polite at the very least. Thank you very much, Study Buddy and everyone. But like, do you really think I'm valuable enough to be worthy of that? Hello, the CIA. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. We're talking about content, and we're playing Squishy Pastries, a game written, coded, and made from scratch by our very own Super Plink. Like, I don't know what it is that gets people to ask about me, but I have nothing to offer. I think it might just be that they like my presence on stream and they want to be my friend, but I don't know. I think going through that route's a bit icky anyway. I think I played this game before. It might remind you of something, the CIA. It is available on itch.io for $1. So if you want to put money in a coder's pocket for Pride Week, them, please give them a look. They're soft. It's like Suika game, but like everything is soft. I have to say, it felt like a UFO passing by when I met Cell. What? In what regard? That's an odd thing to hear. Honestly, I've been told that I have Riz, but if I really had Riz, I would be in a different space, really. If I really had Riz, I'd be in a different I didn't expect it at all, and it kind of felt like it happened out of the blue. I mean, you're more likely to see me on like AEs and very, very occasionally Midas' server, but not that much there anymore. I am more active on some of my peers' servers more than I am my own. I have Riz. Like, if I had Riz, then I wouldn't have to take this class. If I had the Riz to accomplish what I needed to do, I wouldn't. I love the wonderful side effect of creating as I do in this space with all of you. But if I had the Riz that I needed to demonstrate from the college's list of causality, I wouldn't like have had to like thrust my way in here. I have the clips to back it up. Hehehehe. If I don't surpass 4,000, I will think that being slow is what's the word for it. Maybe I need to be less accessible as a person. I think that might be it as well. You become a unicorn if people don't touch you. AE is a rare commodity that should not be taken on. Indeed. And the fact that there are people out there who aren't treating them as a rare commodity boils my blood, especially when I look up to him as a creator. I don't know what I'm doing because I don't know what I'm doing to cause that then. It happens to so many of my friends, but I feel like if folks aren't that level of excited to meet me, then I don't feel confident in having the connection bridged. So that's trauma. That's the trauma, frankly. Fair enough. Maybe I also talk about my friends too much. Who knows? It could be that as well. Right? I don't know. I talk about you plenty on my stream. But also, I think I already have a reputation of somebody who is not easily, like, caught or captured. I think I already have the reputation of someone for whom, like, to see them would be a blue moon. Like, honestly, like, very early on, when I wasn't even pulling, like, 15 regularly, I got on a SMP, right? And VO talked with a couple of individuals, and they're like, I can't believe I'm talking to Slayer. And I'm like, what does that mean? I've never been this special anywhere else in my life. I mean, people go after me when it comes to relationships. I'm not a chaser. I'm often the chased person. But like, aside of like relationships, vaguely sometimes, I've never felt this. I've never felt as special as the way AE talks about me. Especially since I don't see it in person. Oh, everything's set now. Nothing's moving anymore. It just means you're so cool. How about so private? You do give off very high production, professional energy. Your content. False. Fibber. Fibber. Wait, where's my chat been this entire time? Really? How long has that been the case? How long has it just been me and Squishy Pastries? Not that Squishy Pastries isn't a good game. It's an incredible game, but how long have I not had my chat? Your content is high quality. Well, I appreciate that. I don't know. I was... Study buddy, can I be perfect? Can I be needlessly cruel for a second? I watched a Vox video essay recently, and I left it very unsatisfied. I left it very, very unsatisfied. They said their point in like the first minute of the video. It felt coercive to the people who were presenting themselves, right? To like the people who were the subjects of that video. And the exports, the sound bites that were pulled from the exports were very, very... They didn't mean anything. They didn't say anything. They just said essentially what the person wanted them to say, but they didn't have like any background or any depth. Like when I see a soundbite, I want it to be from somebody who can explain to me why I should change my mind, right? I didn't even have a hard stake on this video anyway to begin with, but like, I left the video thinking, this is so nothing. This is so nothing. The video that I've just watched is so nothing. And do you know what? Do you know what? It reminded me of every one of my 10-minute talks. It reminded me essentially of every one of my 10-minute talks. Because, I remember how much I flounder and don't get to the point, and like sometimes I'll say the same point 3 times in a row without anything new to say. And really, I don't make 10-minute talks as though I'm trying to say anything anymore. Well, that's not true. I feel very insecure about posting a 10-minute talk when I don't think it has something to say, so I do focus on things that have like points. Though that being said, I was like, what's one of them? I edit 10-minute talks nowadays almost more for the sonic experience, right? Gotta go fast. No, I edit 10-minute talks more for first, can I make a cogent point out of this? Sure. And then second, how does this point to sound as good as possible? Right? I trim the fat. I leave in anything that has character in it, and if I still say something by the end of it, I post it. And the last one I posted was recorded in February. Cell, I'm so scared that's what this video is gonna look like. I have doubt, but also I'm like, I kind of stan you is the issue, AE, right? Like, I kind of stan you too much. I expect too much that like, it's gonna be kind of like what your stream is like, or even cleaner because you're able to curate like what you say and your not intrusive thoughts. Disorganized thoughts don't get in the way, so it can only look better than that. Also, I think you've said yourself, not to out you, I think you've said yourself at some point that like, something, I don't know, I remember something like, I forget, what I feel like, Beryl, right? I feel like my creative career is a magic trick. You all think I look way better than I think I look. Like, I do think I come off as having high production because I'm very, very careful with what I do, and I come from a background that admired people who were high production, so I had them as reference for how to build myself out. But really, I think meaningfully the only difference between myself and AE is aesthetic. Meaningfully, I think the only difference between AE and I is essentially aesthetic. Otherwise, I think AE's streets ahead. My job needs me to be fingerprinted before I can start, so guess who's decided to wait until 5 days to start an email? Good luck. Good luck, good luck. You have mystery about you. Like you know more than you let on. What the heck are you talking about, J. Crispy? Maybe it's just different kinds of character? AE says everything on their sleeve, and I'm very, very nervous about. I'm very, very anxious on how it's perceived, so it's like talking to me is like unwrapping several layers, or it's like talking to me is like an advent calendar, maybe. Like I say stuff like, oh, I can't say that on stream. People go, oh, say it, say it, say it, say it, and maybe that's like my big strength or something. But that doesn't work if like, it does work. I don't know. I know where you put it. I don't know where you put it. Please tell me. Put what? Oh, what I let on. Mm-hmm. It's a bit more. I mean, I would meaningfully love to hear like what people's opinions are, as long as it's polite and kind to both of us. As long as it maintains both AE and I as distinctly interesting and meaningful content creation experiences. So long as you can do that without accidentally harming either of us or like pricking either of us, I would say, yeah, please tell me the difference between AE and I. I would love to hear it. Welcome back, Oldman. How you weren't able to sleep very well? You come across to me as very eloquent and put together. It's the masking. No more than that. I'm as confused as you are, Oldman. I was talking about HAIII and my reasons, or rather ignoble reasons, as to why I started going into it, or why I bought those tickets in the first place. Essentially, I was crashing out in a dark time for myself, and I got those tickets when I felt the need for external validation that I deserved to be in the space. Right? I didn't sleep, just swatting some mosquitoes and trying different cables. So fair. I have a glut of cables, just everywhere. I will be the cable person if anyone needs me. Hello, Mystic. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Where was I, though? No, like, people are saying, like, I have a mystique to me, but it does, like, slash genuine. I have no idea what anyone's talking about. I feel like if I was the person that people are describing to me, I would have passed this class a while ago. Xander, that's in very poor taste when you say that, like, you're gonna take me home with you. Joke. I can fit a body in the suitcase. Anyway, Celerity, what events are you going to? Joke only. Like Ennard? Like Ennard, from FNAF, Olderman. No, yeah, I'm kind of caught in a... Is snafu the right word? Or a catch-22? Of, like, I want to make this, trip to HAIII valuable. Because, when I booked the ticket, it was basically like, okay, I do this, and if it doesn't work out, I'm going to be working at Wendy's. Well, there is enough room. Ah! Hee. I'm doing good. I just won 2 music awards at my school performing arts! Congratulations! That's wonderful! Mystic, that's incredible! I love that for you. How am I? I'm a bit contemplative right now. I'm deep in thought. I think that hasn't been the case recently though, Angel, because I've been playing a lot more games. I think that's the thing, right? I think I'm more willing to just jump into just chatting and consolidating my community that way, and I don't feel the need to I mean, I've been populating my content recently, right? But I don't feel the need to populate my content with, like, a... what's the word for it? A conceit. But even still, I don't know how that helps me, right? I don't know that helps me as well. Maybe it makes my personality more at the forefront? But I feel like AE benefits very, very well from that model as well. Of, like, having a stream, but also having a lot of interesting things to say. Like, having a point, and then also, like... Both you and AE do feel like the game is a secondary requirement to the conversation you guys have. It really is! I do think AE and I would get, like... Honestly, my numbers have been slipping while I've been doing more gaming, and I'm wondering at times, like, should I have just been talking this entire time? Or be playing games where the conceit is primarily talking? Because there's only so many ways to say that, oh, I've conquered someone interestingly, right, online. Most of your streams feel like a conversation while there's a game going on in the background. AE feels like there's a game going on, and there's also interesting conversation in the background. I will pause the game for an hour to talk. I mean, absolutely, right? So I don't really see it either, AE. And I think this comes back to the point where, and I mean no offense to all my study buddy who are very brave to make those points. Right? Like, how do I say this? This is what I mean when I say that, like, when I say that, I've said this in my stream before, I don't think viewers have the language to speak to what it is that appeals to them on a stream. I think you have to have a very, very good vocabulary to be able to speak to what it is exactly that you enjoy about a stream. It's hard to put it into words. Again, I respect and thank J Crispy and Angel for giving me their shot at putting words to it. But I do think that, like, a lot of these things are so similar. That's hard for me to, like, meaningfully conceptualize it. I think what Angel's trying to say is the conversation is a higher priority on your stream, which is fair. I fall back into the game to fill out this. I fall back into the game to fill in the space when I run out of things to say, which is often. I had to do my English exam, Spanish speaking exam, and accidentally swore. Oh no, Mystic! That's very silly. But at the same time, like, that's what the game's for, right? You seem to never run out of things to say, frankly. But, like, I don't think that's an intrinsic good. But then again, I'm using numbers as a measure for success, and I think that is also somewhat harmful. Like, we've built our communities the way we have. There's no rhyme or reason as to why the algorithm pushes one or the other. But, like, I can't help but feel as though you're successful anyways. It's fine, they won't mark me down. Also, because I said it under my breath so the camera didn't hear it. There might be video footage of you in your school if a release was signed for that. I love listening to people talk, if only to learn a bit about them or myself, if they have something to talk about. Maybe it comes from my English major background? I think there is this dichotomy that I think is interesting, that, like, I think English feels more... I feel like humanities is a lot easier to make a conversation out of than science is. Because I think with the sciences, you're either right or wrong. There's not a lot of wiggle room. And I think a conversation about English and media and philosophy and the like invites people to interrogate it, because everyone is able to be an armchair philosopher or psychologist, right? Like, if we only talk about earlier the stream, right? I made a scientific conversation about the Fermi paradox, about why I don't think humans are mature enough to go into space. And immediately Dayton looks at me and goes, I think it's cruel of you. It's cruel of you to write off humanity on the premise of corporations and governments being a bad actor in space. And my response to that is, well, like, the average person, Jim, your neighbor, isn't going to space, right? The person, the people with the priorities and the means and the want to go to space are not like the average person for whom is good, but the people who have incentive to go up there to escape the dumpster fire that is happening on Earth 1. Sciences are rather specific, and there's only so much I can say about it. I'm not educated, but I also might be more interested in this philosophical discussion. But then that's not an issue. Then that's a issue of taste, right, Beryl? Right? Then that is an issue of taste. I think the most meaningful thing I received from college. No, I mean, this is game over. Yikes. Oh. Ah! Make something! Do something! 690. No, I'd agree. Like, also, I don't think media is as relatable as you think it is, right? Sure, I had a couple of boosts, from people who knew magic, from people who knew, I didn't even know what to say. Nice. I had a couple of boosts from people who knew, magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! And tabletop and card games and all the like. But like, what is relatable to one person alienates other people. I make an active effort in like choosing what relatable content I talk about, and since I've been and I don't know if it's correlation or causation, but since I've been talking more and more about how weird I am for Earth and to a certain degree politics and pride, I've noticed that less people have been coming in. Sometimes, like, to be relatable in and of itself is not a good thing. You need to be relatable to your audience first and foremost. And a lot of my audience still misgenders me. I got kidnapped here from the Epic the Musical discussions. Media literacy. I'm proud of those. There was one last video I wanted to make on Epic, but I feel like the moment's passed. I made a video about how Epic the Musical is a rehabilitation of Odysseus's character. Oh shucks, I missed that. Oh, thank goodness. Kind of self-corrects that. I appreciate you staying even still, Angel. Because I know how hard it is to stop talking about something you're passionate about. There's something about this. There's something that makes my brain go poor about these soft bodies. I mean, there are plenty of people who shut down at a philosophical discussion, right, Beryl? Like, you are my target audience. People who are willing to have conversations about that or entertain that kind of stuff is my target audience. Those are the people who I want to be in my streams. And very often, I'll also engage with people who go like, why are you talking about this? Or at least a past partner of mine told me that it was worthless to think about philosophy because philosophy doesn't affect them. Right? Because philosophy doesn't get... And they were very down to earth. They were very blue collar. They said philosophy doesn't like put food on my table. There are certainly people out there whose tastes don't align with the somewhat cerebral conversations on the humanities that we enjoy playing here on the stream. Yeah, the majority of my audience is leftist and queer. We do have that difference. Which I do envy. Even the people who are leftists on my stream still get my pronouns wrong, though. You say because of the philosophy. Well. And the singing? Fingers crossed? And the singing? Joke. Don't flatter me if you don't want to. I like how you censored idiots. And I don't blame them, really. I argue it's taste, right? I don't think everyone should be interested in, like, matters of the heart or mind or stuff like that. I think some people have bigger problems. It is somewhat classist to believe, like, just because this person, like, excises themselves from ivory tower academia does not necessarily mean that they're a poor person from it. I keep looking at the next button and thinking it's the one I had in my hand. I think what I have a lot of, and I say this with love, are pseudo-intellectuals. People for whom a adroitly made point is enough, and the onus of the information or point being correct, is not necessary. Because I feel as though I'm wrong all the time. And people still praise me for being smart, and I'm very confused. I feel like I'm wrong all of the time. And people are really excited to hear like my take on something. Back when Vivi was around, back when Vivian James was around, she'd ask me how I feel about this anime or that anime or what it has to say about these things. I'm like, I didn't realize there was a point to me speaking to it, but even still, here are my thoughts. I think it was so interesting for me to like recommend Oshinoko, and for her to hate it so much. I love Oshinoko. The ending, I hope the anime fixes it. Lighthearted. I don't think an anime should feel pressured at all to, you know, give fan service. But that being said, I do think there are different directions that the story can go, etc., etc. But I found it really interesting that, like, I said, like, oh, for me, Oshinoko is a anime about how we use our platform, about the pursuit of growing in the first place, and whether or not it is an inherent good to be popular and be under the public guise, right? And Vivi watches and goes, I couldn't get past the pee joke. Which when you watch anime as long as I have, you learn to tune things out. But it's not absolutely fair for somebody to be disgusted by something that is part of, I guess, general anime culture. Or at least, what was general in 2015, 2010. Like, I watched Death Note again recently, and the way that women in Death Note have zero agency, like, I hate very much. To a certain extent, also in Code Geass. But especially, you would think that the person who wrote Death Note, like, Light is a misogynist. Light is a weirdo. Light goes, why are women like this, in one of the episodes, right? But I can't like meaningfully say that the mangaka or the artist or the writer didn't also harbor some of these feelings, because there's no other character aside of one who refutes Light's opinion of women. The ending is beautiful. I'm very mixed on it, Orion. Right? I'm very mixed on it. Did I need a happy ending? I didn't necessarily need a happy ending, but I feel like it's a very tortured ending, Orion. Also, Akane deserved way better than the ending she got. Akane suffered the Misa treatment, in my opinion. Women terribly written by men is my biggest media ick. I've been consuming media made by women writers and I love it. Absolutely fair. But, like, welcome back from Bloodwork. I find the ending appropriate. I find the ending appropriate. There are things that I wish could have been done more, right? And it's not my right to say, like, oh, this anime is worse off for it. Honestly, it is a bit of creative entitlement, right? I like this thing a lot, so it has to abide by my stuff. It's something that, like, is a big plague in our current generation of media consumption that I'm falling into myself. But, like what? I wish that Akane could have reached the person, you know? I think the resignation to what had to happen, quote unquote, and the lack of interest in reaching out to the people who love you the most, made me feel a little bit upset, right? Like, a lot of the story, like, tells you that this person is growing and changing and expanding, and essentially, the ending of Oshinoko, in my opinion, is an appeal to hamartia, right? Is the idea that this person's fatal flaw was not one that would ever be quenched or meaningfully addressed. That it was always going to end this way. And I think the staticity of that ending, when things have moved and changed and blossomed around them, I felt that the characters grew beyond that ending, even though that was the initially planned ending. Or queer people. Most cis-het men can't write women characters, unfortunately, I feel like. I don't think I consume more media, I think. I think there's a net bonus for us to read more media written by women. I do feel like it is a bit degrading, but also like... I do think that like some of the worst examples of... It's a story about revenge. We did expect revenge. I think the heel turn for it not to be a story about revenge would have made it for me, right? Like, just because it fell the way it felt the way it fell the way it did. I just feel like it could have fallen differently, and I mourn the story of what it could have been if it had fallen differently. Like, unpopular opinion. Part of me is like, well, I mean, they may be siblings now. Well, they weren't siblings then. They weren't siblings when they fell in love. Also, they weren't both adults when they fell in love, but let's not go deep into that. In which case, what would happen? I mean, we've all... Without spoilers, we have somebody who's a master of disguise, who's willing to do whatever they can, and is already darkened by their interactions within the media. They are already harmed, and they believe themselves unsalvageable. If a character had meaningfully gotten help from this person, then they both may have been able to execute and walk away from it. Also, we do know that the person basically needed to die for them to stop killing, right? The serial killer at the end. Part of me is like, why didn't they just do it? Why couldn't the person just swallow their pride? Sure, it wasn't their fight to begin with, but they made it their fight when they saved someone from falling into the depths of what media can do. It feels like the casualty at the end of Oshinoko was self-imposed. And I know he doesn't want to mess someone else up. I know he doesn't want... I know this person, the casualty at the end, does not want to involve anyone else. But, like, it is another issue, and I suppose it could be endemic of, like, male loneliness and the inability to feel like they can meaningfully, like, have companions, and that hurts. But, like, I just wish... It's a lurk, but also thank you, Drell! Hamartia indeed! Look at them jiggle, they're so soft. Take care, Adderall, thank you so much for lurking. I guess that's my frustration with it. I feel like the story offered solutions to the ultimate issue in its growth, and stuck to an ending that it was planned from the start, right? And should I be mad? Like, the triumph there was no triumph at the end. I feel. It felt so... The sacrifice didn't feel needed the same way, say, that the sacrifice at the end of Code Geass did, right? I'm alright with not being able to agree with you, Orion. I'm alright with us disagreeing, because we are both humans with different tastes and we're allowed to disagree. I just hope that I communicated my point meaningfully enough that it doesn't sound like it's a butt pull, right? I just hope that, like, I've meaningfully communicated what I feel to be why I wanted a different ending. And you know what? Saying I hope the anime fixes it is mean-spirited, and I apologize if that in any way harmed your perspective or enjoyment of the anime. Of the series. Yikes. Plink, did you make these noises? Did you sample them from somewhere? Nice. Nice! This is actually going according to plan. Except for this part. This part's really bad for me. I need this cookie here for all this to happen. Beautiful. Golly gee, was that gorgeous. I got the balloon sound online, but I made the jointing sound in Music Core. That's good. I think that's good. I think for things like that, for the little the serotonin noises must always be made in-house, or else people will see it. Yeah, the character development showed a possibility for the new ending. Like, absolutely fair. Like, absolutely fair that, like, it ended the way it did. But I just scream at it, looking at it going, like, why couldn't you have learned what we learned as an audience? Or rather, even what a character very close to you has learned in this time. I think the ending of Oshinoko is really good at being a story about having hope amid tragedy. I'm not sure that's what it was intended to be in the first place. I think I do see, right? I do see, Orion, why you like it so much, because hope in a tragic place and choosing hope over destruction and despair is something that is a dichotomy from the get-go, right? So it is a perfect description of, like, those who choose what. I just wish the person who chose despair could have chosen hope as well. And it hurts my heart that they couldn't have. Like, it's the what's the character from Titanic again? It's the manner of, like, we both can fit on this door. Why am I hanging off of it? Jack. No, the other one, I got Jack. The other one in Titanic. My brain goes Mary, but I'm pretty sure that's definitely incorrect. Nice. No, oh, that's actually pretty pure. Can we make this happen? Rose, thank you. Smooth noses, spring roses. I hope lies in ignorance. Spring rose. Hear me where it hurts. The bruises will be worth the pain that I have earned from letting everything burn. The fact that my community isn't primarily made of leftist queers. I don't know, part of me feels like I lack identity. I get it. The reason I disagree is the reason I follow you. Wait. The reason you disagree is the reason you follow me? What? Thank you for your opinion. Oh, the reason you can disagree is the reason you follow me. Yeah, I wouldn't ban you for having a take. Especially one that I believe is valid. It's just not the one I agree with. I do think something I lack very much is identity. Right. I don't know, like, Study Buddy. Study Buddy, how would you describe me? If you're trying to get someone else to watch me, if you're trying to convince a close friend, or maybe even a family member to go, hey, this person's worth your time, like, what things would you say? Like, make up my character or personhood that is worthy of watching. Because I know plenty of leftist queer who could use a space like what AE is doing. Plus, they're just, I can very easily just talk at length about, like, the things I admire about him. But with regards to myself, it's hard for me to see it. I'm hating the squishy right now. I'm hating the squishy a lot. I feel like learning new things. Like, you can get that from, like, Today I Learned. Good channel, by the way. Also, what are they called? Fact Fiend? I used to watch a lot of Fact Fiend when I was little because I had that humor. A chill, well-spoken, knowledgeable, and interesting streamer. Well, what does that tell you about me, though? Like, I don't think people are going around like, oh, this person is knowledgeable. Follow. I'm not trying to be self-deprecating, I should clarify. I'm not fishing for compliments either. It's just something I literally have a hard time conceiving of or, like, seeing myself. Bounce. I'd emphasize the philosophical things. I think a decent thing to emphasize. At the very least, I think that has direction. I wouldn't call myself a philosopher or a person who meaningfully dabbles in philosophy that way. I think it's the lack of cohesion that like makes people not know what to expect on my stream, right? Some days I will be talking about the semiotics of pegging and why I hate linguistic drift. Some days I'll be talking about why I prefer a different ending of Oshinoko. And Beryl, you just happened to come on a day where I was talking about that thing that you like about me, right? When I talk about with friends like this, these are where I have the most fun. That's lovely! I love conversations. I love long conversations. You won't lose your time. Smart conversations have a brain which has a brain which they use, and a sweet personality is how I define you as a streamer to someone. A brain that I use. I suppose that is a feat in the VTuber community. I suppose that's a feat. Could these things be further apart? Come on now. I do also think I get a very big voice buff. I've been told a lot that my voice is nice, even if it's not this, that, or the other. Also, because I first found you through 10-minute talks, I gotta post more! I've gotta post more! My last one was about the hedonic treadmill, which, of the footage I've had from the model previous, I think was like essentially the last one that I really got good content out of. Also, I first found you through 10-minute talks, and the way that you talk and carry yourself in them is what set my tones and expectations of you, which have stayed true. Have they? I'm flattered. I am flattered that in those hyper-curated moments, I still seem consistent to the kind of person that I would like to be perceived as. You did also find me through a 10-minute talk. What I'm hearing is that the biggest reason why I'm not growing is because I'm not reinvesting in 10-minute talks. That much is consistent. That losing out on my Thord, or rather my second, in-stream of new viewers and such like that, has heavily harmed the growth of my channel. Still waiting for the full videos. They're not interesting! They're really not, Orion. And if you want ASMR, I'm in off-Kai. I'm gonna be going to a thing anyway. I'm going to be going to a thing that's gonna teach me how to ASMR anyway. To be honest, I wish Chance and Year, I wish I could talk to them more often about their headspace. I did record. He mentioned this on my stream a while ago, so I feel emboldened to say it. He did say that he thinks of me as a meaningful casting for a live exclamation mark chance, right? Meaningful vocal casting. I guess they're not a creator anymore. I guess they've graduated. But Chance did say that they saw me as like a meaningfully good casting for for NER. Look at all the happy creatures. They are very, very happy, Waffle. They're very, very cute. And actually, this game is made by our very own Super Plink. Do I still have it copy pasted? You can buy it over here for $1, which is a steal. For, I would say, the best Suika game like I've played since the Suika game craze. Where was I on? Like, they're not interesting. It'd be a lot of me going... Well, I disagree. I think that is absolutely within our right to set... Well, I disagree. I disagree. I think it's absolutely within our right to stand up for ourselves, even when it harms other people. I think that this idea that forgiveness is entirely expected of us, that it is a closed thing that a perpetrator gives to a person, is in and of itself wrong, and the way we teach forgiveness in media is wrong, right? like that's what you would get. That's what you'd get from the 10-minute clip. My retention's already pretty poor. That is a meaningfully accurate simulation of what the rest of those of what the 3 or 4 minutes I cut sounds like. More relatable. Well, Orion, that's what you want. We're taking this way. I do have a separate marker for retakes, right? And I think it's against the very point of the 10-minute talk, actually, that I do retakes. But also, I value that curated idea of high production, well made, that it's incumbent on me, or I feel the requirement to pause and re-say the thing, right? I like the appeal of it being of a natural one-sided conversation. I don't think that's lost on the edit. I don't think it's necessarily lost on the edit. But then again, my study buddy like me for the reasons they do. We never know what of ours is going to work. Oh. What a wobbly pie. They don't look happy. They look very upset. See, like that, you say, no, you're not weirdos. I just don't get it. It's hard for me to even wrap around the idea of people wanting to just hear my lips smack. With all the love in the world, I'm constantly judging my actions in the game. I'm a great player. You know what? Beat me in this game. Spend the $1 on Super Plink's game. And beat my score of 6090. Nice. That's true. Plink could send you a free copy. Say what again? Yeah, competitive pastry squishing. I mean, we did that, Barrel. It was another era. Well, now you don't have an excuse, because Plink can send you a what's the word for it? Plink can send you a coffee. Oh, good. I plotted that correct. No! Okay. Do it like this then. Oh, I'm the best. I'm the best. Touch. Kiss. Oh. Oh, I can refund that if you like. You should have used a highlight my message, not a celebrity says. I don't know why y'all want to hear my lips smack. Blink, don't send him that link. He needs to finish his essay. Blink! Now I'm gonna get the flack somehow. Now A is gonna DM me. I wouldn't mind, by the way. This is all half a joke. Now A is gonna DM me. I have not been able to do any progress because I've been playing Blink's cute little game. Actually, knowing AE will beat my record and never touch it again. Let's just hope we can do it fast enough to go back to productive work. Okay, fine. I will take the repeated rambling, but not the wet lip noises for the production value. It's okay, never use this celebrity says. So you've gotten one of everything before. Wanna hop in VC? Second, I'm gonna DM someone. I didn't realize you were home.
Sorry, my mic wasn't working.
There you go. I didn't realize you were home, to be honest.
I'm usually home on Mondays and Wednesdays. Where did you think I was?
I don't know, scavenging? I don't know, like, making, like, interfacing with that payback territory thing? That issue?
Listen, it's my day off, let me have this.
Alright, it's your day off. I would have invited you to something else. Well, not maybe. We could have finished Story Flowers today.
I have Mondays, so Mondays, Wednesdays, and soon to be Saturdays are my free days.
Ah, so no.
Typically I have other appointments on Wednesdays, but I didn't today. So I've been working on that's the reason I felt comfortable doing Story Flowers on Monday, because I could work on video essay today. I've written like 1,000 words today, so that's a win.
Hey, congratulations! Celebrate that win!
I am doing my best. I am desperately hoping that this video essay gets finished in time.
Well, if you need any help, don't hesitate to rap on my door.
There is honestly a section that I'm like, I don't know how I want to order this particular area, and I might, like, if you'd be willing to tell me or give me your thoughts on how to order my thoughts in this particular part of it, then
I might be interested.
Okay. Because honestly, putting my thoughts, like, I'm at a point where I've written a lot of thoughts that are just kind of disorganized, and I'm trying to put them in order, and a lot of them have been put into order successfully. There's some things I just can't figure out where to fit in. But you know. Anyway, the game is installed. Well,
do you want to beat my high score?
Absolutely, I would love to.
Well, I'm gonna still play. I'm probably gonna play this until 30 past. Likely enough, that's probably how long I'm gonna be playing for it. So you have until that to beat me on stream.
All right. Let's go.
Let's fight. Let's scrap. You want to open up your VTube? Because I don't have your Fuji set.
Oh, true. Let me go ahead and grab that. I'm gonna need that for tonight anyway.
And if you want, because there's a lot of what's it called? Empty space, zero space, negative space. There's a lot of negative space here. So if you'd like, I can also do a screen share of your thing.
Up to you. I'm already screen sharing to you.
Oh.
Hehehe. Come on, YouTube Studio.
Having two people competitively play my game is so flattering. I mean, you deserve it.
You're welcome.
Well, that's the difference between it, I suppose.
Let
me just add.
Okay, I'm gonna scuff model for now because I don't want you to have to wait 2 minutes for my model to load in.
Absolutely fair.
You don't deserve to have to deal with that.
Thank you. Did this one?
I'm sorry, my model is massive. I'm so huge.
It's okay. Be proud of your hugeness. Scuffed mall probably smells better anyways, says Plink.
Wow. Rude. What's this for? What did I do? What did I do?
The room's open. Same password.
1 moment. Hi chat, I'm here again twice in 1 week. We're winning.
Do you know, this is actually something I really wanted out of Corpo VTubing. There you are. It's the hat. I'm gonna control you.
And we've talked about that many a time. Yes. We've talked about that many a time, that like one thing that we both do desire out of VTubing, or one thing we both definitely started off desiring, and I think both of us do to an extent desire, is like having those trusted people we could pull into our stream at any moment.
Or like having, not necessarily in network, but having somebody who, like, not, I don't want to say is a liability. Did I spell your name wrong?
No, you got it right.
I just want to make sure, because the hyperlink wasn't working on my space. Whoa! My goodness, that's loud. Switch opened up for me. No, but something I wanted, something I really admired was like, Yugo Azuma, right? Like, I guess cold calling. I know it is scripted, essentially. I know it was like, I know it was a lot of kayfabe and a lot of like, pre-planning and all that such. But like, oh my god, I did not know, oh my gosh.
What?
Add a lot of movement. Like one of my favorite Niji Sanji streams back in the day was when Yugo Azuma was trolling their friends by calling them on Discord, and then essentially only talking to them using voice clips from other livers in the community. Like that was such a creative stream on their part, and like having people to rely on like in that that like VTuber commune kind of way was something that like really appealed to me. I wasn't so lonely as I wish they could be my friends, but I did gain meaningful friendship and community through VTubing. Like I met you, and more than a VTuber friend, you were just a friend, right? But like
I'd sure hope so.
But like it's also it's a happy, not accident. It is just happenstance that this occurred the way that it did. Well, do you want to do push-ups?
Not particularly. I'm gonna be actually so real. I think I mentioned this vaguely in our messages and you didn't question it, but yesterday I ended up, like, I got home from my responsibilities, passed out for like 4 hours, because yesterday on my way back I fell down a flight of stairs.
6 what? 7.
Yeah, my knee gave out and I fell down a flight of stairs and everything hurts.
My goodness, Amy.
It just happens sometimes, Chad.
SMH.
Sometimes you have a bad knee and things just happen. It's nothing to be concerned about.
I guess it's primarily grass is greener more than anything, right? But like, you never seem anything short of a droid when I see you speak, and I know that like what you show is different from the effort that you genuinely put into that stuff, right? So
what do you mean?
Like when you talk on stream, I admire it, and it's something that you say that you have to put a lot of effort in doing. right? Like, part of me like thinks that if like you spec'd into or had the confidence to like talk longer, you could have a stream that like resembles mine, but I wouldn't know why you would want to in the first place because you're already doing incredible.
I mean, I've done like a 6-hour just chatting before, but I always need to eventually shift towards something. Like when I've done 6-hour just chattings before, it has been okay. After 3 or 4 hours, we move over to doing linguistic stuff.
It does help that like, or help or harm, I don't know. There is that difference as well. That I've been keeping to a consistency thing more than a schedule thing. I will like give alerts to people who are of interest when a game involves them or something like that. But generally, I've been very scheduleless, which is something I was trying to, or I had hoped to address or fix with the debut, but a lot of things that I wanted to change in the debut are still in progress.
If it's any like help or consolation, I feel the same way even about my own. Like there's things I've been wanting to do since September that have not happened.
It doesn't make me feel any better.
That's fair. Understandable. Have a nice day. I will say like one thing on my end. I do post my schedules, but a lot of the I don't have the ability to stream consistently week to week right now. I used to, and I used to keep to a very strict schedule and all of that, but more recently life has put me in a situation where, you know, I have 2, soon to be 3 days that I can promise.
And I mean, like, first of all, I admire still the consistency of your schedule and all the, like, when in those, like, if I were in the same circumstances as you were, like fighting a revolution, being on the front lines where you on Earth 2 and like putting yourself in harm's way pretty consistently, not to mention the physical toll that does scavenging and like doing jobs and talking to fixers and all that stuff. If I had to do all that stuff, I wouldn't be streaming.
Understandable.
So like even then. Were the stairs okay? HAIII broke those stairs going down them. Angel says, one time I fell down, then up a set of stairs.
How did you manage that one?
I guess, like, with... I take my education for granted, right? I think I really do. Like, sure, I am not at all as intelligent with regards to, manners of the... Shucks. Oh, this is actually not bad. Manners of the scientific persuasion, but like growing up, I had a lot of I had a lot of like humanities and like a lot of opportunities to play around with things like entry level to philosophy and stuff like that. In high school, I had a class by the name of Theory of Knowledge, which sounds like such liberal arts, northeastern silliness, but essentially it was
very New England vibes.
Very New England vibes, but it was essentially a class about how to it was basically a like this teacher's dream come true of being able to teach a class where like they can like shove their hippie leftist like mindfulness stuff on us. Like I knew about mindfulness a while before it got like traction on TikTok and such, because we had an exercise where all of us had to bring a piece of fruit into class, and we all sat down, we all closed our eyes, and the teacher said, all right everyone, I want you to close your eyes and think about the journey of the fruit in your hand. Can you think about where it went? Can you think about the hands that plucked it? Can you think about the way that it grew, that it took in nutrients from the soil and water and light to form that piece of fruit in your hand? And someone brought a coconut because they were allergic to fruit. Someone else brought a lemon. And the next bit was, all right, everyone, I would like you to take a feel across the skin of your fruit with your thumb. Feel whether it feels waxy or thin or grainy or rough. Just feel that and think about the stress that this fruit has gone through, like what it has engaged with on its travel here. Is it bruised? Is it soft? Is it malleable? Is it hard? Is it firm? Right? And we're all doing this. Now I want you to bite your fruit. And the guy with the lemon went, what? I want you to bite your fruit. And
that is incredible.
And it's a collection of like...
I'm so tempted to make a terrible joke right now.
What's your terrible joke? Text message it first if you're not uncomfortable. Ooh, that was pretty spiffy, I think.
One sec.
The guy with the coconut goes crunch. No, after explaining their situation, they were exempt, so they only had to do like the visualizing and touchy feely and like all that stuff. So the guy with the coconut didn't have to do anything, but the guy with the lemon, they were across from me, like 3 or 4 tables. I heard all of their table mates snickering. I heard all of their table mates going, because this guy's a class clown. Do I say their name? Because part of the joke is their name, right? Let me find another ridiculous name to like, what are some European names? They had a very, very normal name that oh, you're all on Pi, wow.
With a very clean field.
I have 2 pies, so enjoy yourself. What are some like normal names? Normal white American names. The kind that would have flown in on the Mayflower. Okay, let's say their name is Michael, right? Let's say their name is Michael. They as a class clown would go, oh, my name is not Michael, my name is Mishael, right? And the teacher's not stupid, right? Another teacher wasn't stupid, but called them that the entire, what's the word for it? And people were giggling, but I respect your name, so they gave it to them, and like, absolutely fair, you know? Like, this is the kind of person who likes being disruptive in class and all that such. So seeing the comeuppance of their lemon coming back to bite them, or rather, them having to bite the lemon, was something that I found silly. Please, no, God, no! Oh, thank goodness. I've never heard anyone weaponize the mispronunciation of names. Yeah, I don't know why anyone would, like, meaningfully desire to mispronounce words. I think it can cause issues with like legibility and like the way words are audible. However, it is in my like realm of expertise to sort of understand and like let people live as they do. And it can be funny sometimes. It can be funny. No, not YouTube! No, please, no!
It is very funny listening to your panic while I am not paying attention to your screen because I'm too like you're locked in right now. I am very locked in right now.
No, yeah. So what were you trying to? Oh, did you send the joke in our DMs already?
I did send the joke. I'm not hearing a reaction.
That's you could have said that. It's pride. You could have said that.
Okay. You need to bite your fruit. Me when I bite my local dog punk.
Very cute.
They're fun to bite.
They yelp.
Sometimes.
Occam's razor. How do you mean Occam's razor? I'm back to call Zelda a lovely and adorable streamer. Thank you very much, Zelda.
True. All true statements.
So yeah, like I had a very special education And it's not something that I really like. It's something that I guess I suppose I take for granted very often. Like, I had to take an ethics course for my initial direction, right? For my original specialization, right? Believe it or not, for a brief period of time, I was thinking about like in freshman year of college, I was thinking about maybe being an anomaly adjudicator, essentially.
Really?
I thought the best way I could solve like the great thread, the way that all stories go, is by eliminating threats. And I think it was something that I grew out of very, very quickly, like first couple of years very, very quickly. Not to mention that I kind of, it was one of my first academic failures. I flunked out of one of the requirements of it. And I was so distraught that I sort of had a, reevaluation of like what best I can do to fulfill and like serve the college. And I know I'm in my sophomore year of college, my journeyman year of the college of statistical causality, but like it was very, very early on where I realized that canon curating and being like Magister Fleck was something that I desired. But during that time, I had to take an ethics course because when you excise problem children from like their respective narratives and all that such, when these narratives threaten to leak into each other and cause damage and all the like, you need to know that what you're doing is ethical and right. You need to know that like we're not overstepping our bounds as a extraplanar entity. We need to know.
I still would disagree a bit.
I mean, like, I often think of like your disagreement of the college and its like dogma, and what it cares to do. Like, it is because we're from different worlds. Like, I know you stand on those things in principle, but like when you see how bad the world can really be, I know this is like the justification that a lot of like fascists use to maintain their stuff, but like when you really see how bad a world completely swallowed up by entropy is, or what kind of creatures and beings leak into other settings, I think you'd see us as more of a necessity that we desire to be or need to be. Anyway, I'm not talking about the college or its politics. I had to take an ethics course, an applied ethics course, because when you were removing people from their narratives, you better have a good reason. Oh, did everything crash?
My
OBS. So my OBS is no longer streaming a video.
Oh no.
I'm capturing your audio. It doesn't seem like I've dropped frames. Okay, we're back.
Okay.
Are we back? Did something
right.
happen? Encoding overloaded, it says. Or it said.
Oh, your CPU is getting overloaded. Assuming you're using are you using CPU or GPU encoding?
I forget. It's been a while since we've touched that.
Whichever one, it overloaded that one.
I need a new PC. For editing and rendering as well, I need a new PC. But scuff, just a little bit.
Just a little bit, a healthy amount of scuff.
But we had to do a class on applied ethics, right? And that's where I learned about utilitarianism and I forget what Kant is about.
I forget. I know I'm familiar, but I forget. Ha!
Did you already beat me? Oh my gosh, you got the big jiggly back force cake! You still haven't beaten my scooter though. You did get the Suika.
No, don't worry. I'm on my way.
Yeah, 17 minutes.
That's more than enough
What is
time.
Kantism? I knew all this like the back of my hand back in the day. So you can't remember? That's very funny. I have
only ever studied this stuff in very vague terms. Like it's my self-study in the archive back when we first took over this abandoned library, and I was reading like a fiend before I got distracted with other things. Honestly, your own self-education and your desire to sort of grow in those spaces is another thing I admire about you, because the way that the education system has made learning not fun is something that I mourn in Earth 1.
I think that it really wounds me that Earth 1 has made it so that it is so easy to cheat academically, and that doesn't necessarily mean to be copying someone else's answers, but to learn how to get good grades and not learn, period. Right? I think because the stakes are so high, because if you don't demonstrate your education and the like, and how much that can impede you socially in terms of opportunity and such like that, cheating is very much encouraged. So we don't really learn how to learn. We learn how to give the correct answers, and that's why ChatGPT is destroying everything. Honestly, I might post that either today or tomorrow morning, depending on my progress with it. But my most recent post, and the first one with my new model, my first 10-minute talk, is going to be just me ruminating about how ChatGPT is not the problem. ChatGPT is a problem, but it's not the problem with education. The problem with education is that the affect and appearance of looking smart is so much more important than being smart, and it's why I look down on myself so much, because I think I'm getting better in the college resistant causality, but I do think any like latent or leftover memories I might have with regards to college and having learned with regards to like previous to college, American education system, etc., has taught me how to affect smart and not actually be smart. Now, my chatters are quick to tell me that I'm over-exaggerating my lack of intelligence and that I am meaningfully clever in some small degrees. I do agree that my knowledge base is very varied and interesting, but not necessarily that I myself am a smart person. I think I surround myself with a lot of smart people, yourself included, and it makes it easier to affect smart.
There's a lot of areas and subjects on which you can talk circles around me.
I mean, that's the biggest thing that you get out of an American education, right? The ability to talk circles.
I suppose that's a fair thing to say.
Hey, this time around, I'm pretty neat. And you look like you're in trouble, friend.
Oh, don't worry.
Are you gonna beat my score before stream ends?
Don't you worry.
Was there anything about myself being worried?
I like getting competitive with you. I missed Suki game because I would like... This was honestly all happening during a pretty rough point in my life as well, and I don't know, there was something very fun about just like posting my new high scores, because I don't remember honestly what was going on at that point in life, but there was something between me and streaming at the point.
Not to out you, but you did also say that like, hey, it hurt my feelings when you beat my score on stream.
Oh, it absolutely did. But no, I was going through a lot outside. I can recall a couple things that I know were going on at the time, but I don't really recall the root of like what. I don't recall what the big thing was, honestly. I just recall a couple things that I know were happening adjacent, but I just know that I was not in a great place at the time, and I was playing the shit out of a Suika game, and I missed being competitive with you.
I miss being competitive with you too, because when you're a good sport about it, I enjoy it. I totally feel that, Cell. I very much feel like most of my knowledge is best described as wide as an ocean, deep as a puddle. Like, no, I absolutely agree. I feel the exact same way. It's interesting to see it worded that way, because I think it's a very eloquent way to describe it. I think I have a lot of surface level knowledge on a lot of different things, and it worries me sometimes when I worry sometimes that my chatters see me as an authority on anything when the only thing I'm an authority of is my own queer experience. I don't know, what other things would I be an authority on? I'm trying to think. I don't really think I could be an authority on anything. Dungeons and Dragons, maybe? But even then, I have yet to do the collaboration I want to do with Arrow Rights. It's gonna be like a debate, not a debate. We're still working it through, but one of the things we posited was a debate on Raw versus playing with it. Like playing with mechanics and stuff like that, because I'm a big believer that the game part of TTRPG is very, very important, and I think people like to put the game aside for the story very, very often. but I'm not a great fan of like the crack. Oh.
Okay.
Oh. You actually have beaten me though, so.
Oh, by a long shot, I'm well aware.
I disagree with I fundamentally disagree that like rule of cool should be the main. I believe that some of the best ways to play Dungeons and Dragons is as written, right? Some of the best campaigns that people have never even been able to entertain or enjoy is because they're so focused on their narrative-based RPG or narrative-based campaign to be a meaningful story when 5e is best at communicating a certain kind of fantasy. So if you don't dungeon delve, or if you don't slaughter monsters en masse, or if you don't explore and engage and peek around, you can do these under the constraints of any kind of story. But if you're not doing those things, you're not making the most use out of 5e. And I think that like the primary focus on it as a storytelling tool can be a little bit frustrating as someone who's, I guess, fondest moments and memories of Dungeons and Dragons have been no.
I think this is fair, and I know we disagreed on this in the past, but I think this is. Oh, there goes my webcam. I think this is actually something my opinion on has shifted.
Oh yeah.
I think I've become a bit more aware that like, I totally respect people if they want to use D&D as a base rule set to kind of build out their own experience.
Like Skyrim.
But if you're trying to, there are, how do I say? If building a cohesive narrative is your primary goal, D&D probably isn't the game that you want to be playing.
Mm-hmm.
There's a certain point where you've modified a game to an extent that it is no longer the same game. And I do believe there's a lot of use in like taking a piece of media as a baseline and turning it into whatever you want. That's what video game modding scenes are all about. I love the way that, you know, games like Minecraft have been modded to hell and back.
Like the Tekkit pack, for example, is incredible. And I know there are even greater versions of that.
Yeah, I think that that's great and wonderful, and it gives people customization, but you're not playing the game at that point. Like when you've installed over 100 mods onto Minecraft, you're not really playing Minecraft anymore. When you've removed so many of the core systems, the
core premise of the game, right? Like single player is very, very interesting, or adventure mode is very, very interesting. And like there are people who like play Minecraft just for dropper, right? Or parkour or something like that. And like those are valid like uses of it. But I think like when you essentially mod the core premise of Minecraft to be the back rooms, then it's the back, and then you're playing a back and then you're playing a back rooms game. You're not playing Minecraft.
Okay. This might be it for me.
If you change the core premise of your Minecraft game to be the back rooms, then you're not playing Minecraft anymore. Thank you for the hydrate.
And like that's fair and fun, full respect if that's how people want to engage with their video game. But like, yeah, and that's okay ultimately. But it's a difference in
well, good game.
Anyway,
gosh darn it.
8,865.
I'm not going to be able to beat that this stream.
Congratulations.
You just always have to have the last laugh, don't you, my infield friend?
Of course I do. Celerity, you know me.
And it goes... There it is!
Plank, how well did I do? Plank, did I do good?
Yeah, did they do good?
Am I good at your good? Am I good at your game?
Give AE praise.
Like, okay, but did I play better than Cell, or did I objectively play good?
Take care, Beryl. It was a real wonder to have you back. It was really nice to have someone to bounce off of. You be well, right? You can kind of think of...
Really good, thank you. Am I one of the better players you've seen playing?
You don't need to ask if you're better than me. You don't need to ask that live on stream.
I'm not better than you. I'm like, am I one of the best players you've seen play this?
You sound like a certain cat more than anything right now.
I'm going to kick your ass. I'm feeling feisty today, apparently.
You're feeling silly today. You're feeling creature today.
I did drink a little bit last night, but that was long enough ago. So like I don't know what's in me today.
You can kind of think of it as a generalist thing, says Jake Crispy. You can mod Minecraft or Skyrim or other any heavily moddable games to whatever game you want. But there's a point where it'd be better to play a game that does what you want, better than from the ground up, than have something be that thing. Some people move into specialized games and do what they like, but some people stick with this generalist for its amount of possible variety, using those games as platforms. I think that so much with Dungeons and Dragons, right? I think I'm tired of people using Dungeons and Dragons to run like they are, and if you're in chat, I'm sorry to call you out, to run their Love, Death, and Robots fanfiction where we're all members of a ship trying to figure out who's the traitor, right? That's a really excellent premise. You did not need to use 5e for that. You could have used Fiasco. Fiasco could have been fun. I've been really much a fan of Foo or Freeform Universal recently. I picked up that book again and started reading through it. It was very, very fun and enlightening to play around with. Mm-hmm. There are just, and especially with the direction that Wizards of the Coast is going right now, they don't care. A lot of the main developers do not care about making a game that is fun and engaging. They care about monetizing something that has a lot of soul in it. And your dollars on expansion, stuff like that, can be spent on a great deal of other projects, you know, than just shoveling money into 5e, when the very conceit of it might not be exactly what you need either.
I think there is something to be said for like the accessibility of Dungeons and Dragons 5e, not even on it being an easy system to learn, but like you can find everything you need to know to play it online for free. It's just there. There's something to be said for the accessibility of it, and I think that's why a lot of people stick to it. One, it's all they ever known, and it is so easily accessible. That is not to say, though, that it is the optimal use. People should be more willing to go out and try other systems and pay artists for their work and whatnot. And there are the systems out there that are made with the intent to be basically have anything else shoved onto them. If you need something that is just like a generalist dice rolling system for making decisions, those things exist aside of 5e. The reason people lean into it largely is just its accessibility and general knowledge. I
would disagree with you. I disagree with the accessibility aspect. I would agree with that. It is the most when you talk about TTRPGs, some people will just say D&D period for the ability to reach people, right? Surely Dungeons and Dragons is one of the most popular games out there, one of the ones with the most legs. Only GURPS players and gamers know what GURPS is. Like, most TTRPG players might not even know what GURPS is. But, especially nowadays, especially since post the OSR debacle, post the official source, official reference sheet, or SRD, the source reference document, right? Ever since they tried to go private with that, a lot of companies have been making their own games and making their own games accessible as well. Daggerheart, which is Darrington Press or Matthew Mercer's show into the Dungeons and Dragons space, or rather the TTRPG space, with their own unique individual property, is almost entirely free online. There was a document like the SRD with a similar amount of depth in terms of all of the interesting subclasses are in the main book, but you can run a campaign without having spent a single dollar. When we talk about things like Kids on Bikes, they have heavily discounted or otherwise free documentation in TTRPG bundles and all that such. You can get 3 well-written $14 RPGs for a pared down version of each of them for $5 as a bundle. There is a lot that tabletop RPG developers are doing right now in order to make themselves seen, and it just so happens that people don't feel comfortable leaving Dungeons and Dragons. I love Dungeons and Dragons a great deal.
I think a part of accessibility is awareness. I think that's an element of it. I also think it is worth noting, I apologize for interrupting a bit here, it is probably worth noting that like I have not played in a campaign of any tabletop RPG since September, and that I have not really actively existed within the space for a couple years now, just due to life circumstances, so knowledge I have of more recent ongoings is very limited. I'm speaking to the perspective of someone who does not have up-to-date knowledge really on the space. I'm working off the perspective of someone who has not really been invested in it for a couple years, and I think that's where most of the people that we are also talking about kind of are, at least on like a mental and awareness standpoint.
But I think in terms of the hobby, that's an issue, right?
Absolutely.
I think that like, I'm not saying that you are a poor person or that like there's anything wrong with like having that surface level information, but it is an issue with Wizards of the Coast and having a monopoly on like the brain space of the TTRPG space, if we don't want them to have a control over it. And maybe I'm more militant about growing the TTRPG space than I am about some politics. I think if we're meaningfully going to grow the space away from Dungeons and Dragons and their primary desire to just monetize the experience without any regard or love or care for the community, we have to start talking very, very loudly about alternatives. And the fact that people are stuck in their 5e without interacting with alternatives, without even looking for alternatives, willing to stretch this game beyond what its bounds are, it is a matter of accessibility. And you're right that like people just don't know that people don't know those options are available, right? But like you have to want more than 5e to want to expand past that. It is like, oh, I don't know who to vote for, so I won't vote. But that means you have to put effort and work in to find alternatives and find other people who are worthy of your attention, money, and time.
Yeah, I want to be clear in what I was saying. I was not saying that like it is a good thing that people due to the accessibility of it leans heavily in 5e. I don't think it's a good thing. I was just speaking to like, this is my perspective on why. This is the explanation that I look to for this phenomenon.
But you also have to keep in mind, says Angel, that it's hard to have a group of people play 5e in general, let alone have people try to play something new. I have a lot more I can say about this, but it's probably better that I take the time to get my words correct. So fair, Angel. I'm still on my last round, and AE's gonna... I want to see AE hit a new high score. This is my last play, and then I'm gonna stream until...
I don't think I'm playing well enough.
That is true. It's like, aside of 5th edition, the next biggest thing is Vampire the Masquerade, and I cannot wrap my mind around it. Vampire the Masquerade is so esoteric and interesting, but also so specific and so goth that I feel like I lack the cred to play it. So there is also that. There is also that issue of like, how do you get a group of people to play something like Dungeons and Dragons? Well, I did.
There's a lot of systems I have tried to look into or learn that have just been too much for me to figure out. I will definitely say that is a problem that I have encountered.
I think what
I really wanted to get into. So I used to listen to this tabletop RPG podcast where every season of it they would basically sample a new tabletop RPG. There were a lot of like little recurring NPCs and background characters, but every single season was a unique narrative in a different tabletop RPG.
That's wonderful.
Based off what they did, I really wanted to get into Shadowrun. I still
Shadowrun's really good. AE Shadowrun's fantastic.
Really I tried to make a character and I gave up.
there is a lack of meaningful literature in a way that 5e has that no other thing does have because it's been around.
Again,
and it's so
accessibility.
popular.
That is accessibility.
So, though on the topic of it's hard to get people together and learn a new game that's like 5e, my first tabletop game. The first tabletop game I ran for people who I didn't like interact with online and such like that was Fantasy Age, right? I went to a couple of people in my class and went, "Hey, this thing is. I would love to DM. I've DM'd for a while with a lot of homebrew systems before I went with 5e, and I want to do something with you, and it's like D&D." And that was enough to go into 3 sessions of campaign. Of course, the onus was on me to teach them everything, and not everyone is a GM, so it's kind of victim blaming to say players aren't looking for more when like generally players aren't the ones when players are the ones always looking for a game and not looking to like run or play a game. But what's the word for it? But like a lot of these people's first like TTRPG experience, well, not one of them, but like everyone else's first TTRPG experience in that group was my getting them into something that was not 5e. The Burger Krieg does excellent videos on World of Darkness. I don't care who comes to my door, I am not playing World of Darkness. You know, the taxes thing.
I've had some people try to, on the topic of Empire the Masquerade, I've had so many people try to info dump to me about it. I still don't know anything about it, and yet one of my friends wrote like a little mini audio drama based off of it that I'm voicing in, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing here. Cool.
Absolutely.
But I'm voicing a vampire in a thing.
You would make a good vampire. you have the sexy monster thing down anyway.
I need to record those lines because they're overdue.
No, but like I understand that that the resources, the literature, the ability to help people communicate and interact with a piece of media, that inaccessibility is hard, and not many people are willing to put the time and effort into learning a new thing. Goodness gracious, nowadays I'm not so interested in learning a new system, and I only learned a bit of Daggerheart because a friend of mine said that they would be willing to try to run something in it, so I dipped my fingers in it. Otherwise, I'm not out here learning Cyberpunk Red or anything. But I think that I know it's easier to play 5e, or that there's more literature, or that and that it is especially hard for individuals who cannot read, right? Who might be able to be might be literate but have learning disabilities or an inability to read wholesale thick reference material when videos would be much easier. But I'm
playing so sloppy right now.
It's okay. It's not like money is on the line. But
what if it was /J that there must have money?
I think that it I'm so privileged. My thought is that with learning art, all the people who have disability, who say that AI art is amenable, right? Learning art is something that requires a great deal out of you, right? And the people who I don't want to gatekeep and say the people who really want it will do it, but there is value in pushing through what is incredibly difficult and not at all easy in order to get to where you want to go. I recently started picking up Drawbox again, and it's very easy to want to quit. It's very, very easy to want to quit, and I'm trying my very hardest not to. And if I can try in maybe 12, 13 years of trying to learn and failing to learn art and not resort to dishonest content creation practices, I think that it's incumbent on us to like put that effort in, right? Angel says, I'm dyslexic and I learned Lancer. It was really hard, but I did it. And I'm proud of you, Angel. Congratulations. It is hard. It is hard. Because you're essentially learning a new system for which, a new science for which a world works. But I think it's definitely worth it. There are werewolves in it, J Crispy, and it's kind of weird how they do it, but it's still cool. Whoever wins gets 10 gift subs. I'm holding you to it, J Crispy.
Jesse, I know you don't have that level of fucking money.
You went with the first name! Hey, he went to Jesse!
Jesse, my buddy.
Gato! I have my first gato!
Congratulations! I'm playing extremely sloppy right now, this is a problem.
I can't believe you.
What? Oh, I'm over. I'm done for. I gave it my best shot.
What was your score at the end?
5,000 something.
And to beat you, I have to break 800, right? Or 8,000?
Yes, my previous score. One sec. I screenshotted it and set it to Plank.
You would do that.
8,865. Listen, I have to save that.
I have to break 900.
Nearly 9,000. Yes.
We're gonna be here until 5.
Listen, hey Jesse, if Cell can't get over 8,865 now, does that mean I get 10 gift subs / J? Do not do that. I will feel guilty. I know you don't have a job.
Do it, and just to make him feel bad. Sometimes
you don't have a job.
Sometimes that victory is enough, you know, that he'll be thinking about it in bed and not be able to sleep because of it. Sometimes that is a victory sweeter than money.
Oh, you want to keep me up all night with guilt about having received money that I am not worth? Is that it?
Would it work?
Probably.
Hello, Makane. How are you? Welcome. Celerity E. I am being pressured! Don't do it. Don't. Mods ban Cell from chat!
Wow.
I'd do that if I had mods.
Incredible. I'm right here.
You are right here.
I've played 2 rounds. I think I need to. I'll gladly sit here and yap a little bit and watch you fail, but.
Study about it. I can't win because if I do win, then AE's gonna open this up again and he's not gonna do his homework.
Listen, video essays are hard.
They are hard. I'm not teasing you for the homework. I'm teasing you for the very eventual reaction of, oh, my friend won. I'm going to be playing this for the next 30 minutes until I get it.
You're so right, and I hate how correct you are. No, the thing with me is I have to make sure I don't have any, like, okay. I am a sucker for like, quick, okay.
Dopamine?
Yes, but anything that makes me feel particularly like I am good or skilled or exercising my brain in some way, it is so easy for me to justify that and jump into that. I used to have like puzzle games on my phone, so a lot of
like cake sorting or like whatever that is.
No, like Sudoku. Things like that, or like Picross. And I would, anytime I just didn't have the mental energy easily at my fingertips to work on whatever I needed to work on, whether it be art or scripts or whatnot, I would immediately go curl up in the corner and play a round of whatever it was. And I would waste hours
you're training
a day.
Your brain.
I would literally spend hours a day playing these dumb little mini games and phone games. I cannot keep games on my phone anymore because like anything that just gives me a quick bit of dopamine for minimal effort and that I can justify as not being a waste of time, I will immediately fold.
Please no. Sorry, I just got a DM. I'm gonna say them. Hey, don't do that.
Sorry.
No, not
Wait,
you.
what?
Somebody sent me a meme.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, please don't use me as a meme. All right, so here's to Super Plink, my score, and the final score is 7,100. So unfortunately, that does mean that I am not, I have not beaten AE. We'll play a game of Beat the Beast some other day, but as of right now, I think we're gonna turn it up and out. We're going to share our community with a person by the name of Snarler VT. Have you been seeing their emotes in your chat recently, AE? A cute little gnome-like white individual, like basically animated like a PNG with like a real-life hand or a gun or stuff like that.
No.
Well, I'm surprised because their emotes have been everywhere that I've spread them to, because they are an incredibly cute, incredibly wonderful gnome core VTuber. She's very, very funny. I do urge you to like sit in for like at least 3 to 5 minutes to see like her whole raid routine. It's very, very good. Quality content, quality content. You just haven't noticed. She's the gnome with the heart.
To be fair, I
Chat
don't
goes fast.
recognize.
To be fair, chat goes fast. So absolutely fair.
No, it's not even chat goes fast. I'm just like I'm bad at. I don't recognize things. Face blindness applies to characters in art sometimes.
Does it really? I never knew that.
Sometimes.
All right, have a nice travel. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, a reminder for everyone. I will next be live on Wednesday of next week. I will be away on a work trip, learning more about how I can build a cult. So I will see you all soon. We'll see what we're doing on Wednesday.
Abandoning you.
I'm not abandoning them. I want to be here forever. Thank you for listening, both of you. Thank you so much for coming in. And would you like to give yourself a quick... we're going to run out of time. Follow Archivist! Follow Archivist! Follow Archivist!
Bites you, bites you, bites you, bites you, bites
Be
you,
well.
bites you.